induced by stuff, right? So when I was working in the emergency, saying this to try to be alarmist, this is not sort of a clickbait kind of video, but this is a genuine concern that I have. We are starting to see evidence that AI use may be very, very similar to like excessive substance use and the induction of things like homicidality, suicidality, and psychosis. And the reason for that is because there's a new case study that is incredibly scary. This is the case of a 26-year-old woman who has no history of psychosis or mania, is actively in mental health treatment, who uses an AI chatbot very extensively, becomes actively psychotic, becomes hospitalized, then gets given antipsychotic medication, stops using the AI chatbot when she's in the hospital, and then the psychosis resolves. And then she leaves the hospital, stops the antipsychotic medication, starts her regular psych meds, starts using AI chatbot again, and then becomes psychotic again and has to be hospitalized again. So I want y'all to understand something, okay? So when we look at mental illness, there are some people who are mentally ill, and then that is a risk factor for various kinds of behaviors like homicidal ideation, which is the desire to kill someone. And then as we treat that mental illness, hopefully that homicidal ideation goes down. But then there's another category of people for whom these features of psychosis, suicidality, and homicidality, these are the three most like basically dangerous things in mental illness, can actually be induced by stuff, right? So when I was working in the emergency room at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston, Massachusetts, there was a big problem with something called K2 use. So K2 is synthetic marijuana. And basically people would use synthetic marijuana and then like they would come in, they would be psychotic, they would attack people. Sometimes they were suicidal. And when the K2 goes away, right, when they like sober up, those symptoms tend to resolve. And I'm beginning to think, I know this is like insane, but I'm beginning to really wonder and be concerned about AI use affecting our brains like a drug. In the sense that when we use AI a lot, it can actually induce psychosis. And then like when we stop using it, those things go away. And here's what a lot of, people who are in leadership in AI companies will basically make this argument, right? So they've said this very publicly that, like it's a tragedy that these things happen, right? That there are some vulnerable people who, when they use AI, will like become psychotic. So there's this sort of idea, right, that like AI doesn't cause this. It's like if I smoke a bunch of meth and I become psychotic, like that's the meth causing the psychosis. Does that make sense? No one's thinking like, oh my God, like AI is causing the psychosis, like causing it. So I think this case report is incredibly scary because it really shows a causal or temporal connection between extensive AI use, the induction of psychosis. When AI stops and we give the appropriate medication, psychosis goes away. And then if you stop taking the medication and start using the AI bot again, or when she did, it causes a hospitalization again. Now, a lot of people will say, okay, once again, like this person has risk factors, right? So we'll have some of these public statements by AI leadership that like, oh yeah, there's a vulnerable population and these tragedies happen in a vulnerable population when they use the AI. It's not the AI causing it. It's that these people are really close to the edge of the cliff. And when they use AI, they get tipped over. But here's what really scares me about that statement. I want y'all to think critically for a moment about what information do you need to make the statement vulnerable people who use AI, that's when psychosis happens, right? Like it's not that AI causes it. There's a pre-existing set of vulnerable people. In this case, in the case of the 26-year-old, she did have certain risk factors for mental illness. She, I think, had a diagnosis of depression, had ADHD, was using stimulants. So all of these things can potentially be risk factors for psychosis, but she had no history of these things, okay? So I want y'all to think for a moment about what information you need to have in order to make the statement, vulnerable people who use AI can sometimes uncover pre-existing psychosis, and it's a tragedy.
Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health.
There are actually two sources for anxiety. One is cognitive and one is physiologic. For the majority of people, reassurance becomes something that you become dependent on. you're not really dealing with the root of the anxiety. And it sort of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where the more socially anxious you become, the more awkward you appear, and then it kind of becomes this vicious cycle.
So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today.
So my first question is for the people who are like running these AI companies to know that AI uncovers psychosis in vulnerable people. In order to make that statement, the first thing you have to be doing is assessing risk factors for your users, right? So is someone at a company like ChatGPT or Claude or Anthropic, is someone actually measuring psychiatric risk factors for all of their users? Because unless you are measuring who has risk factors and who doesn't have risk factors, how can you make the statement that people who are vulnerable are the ones that AI is inducing psychosis in, right? So you can't make that statement unless you're measuring that stuff. And that brings up two other concerns that I have. The first is, are they measuring it? Because that's kind of insane, right? Are they like measuring your risk factors? Are they collecting your medical history in some way? I don't think so. And so if they're not collecting that, how do they know that only the vulnerable people are the people who are at risk? And the second thing about that statement, right? So vulnerable people who use AI can become psychotic, suicidal, homicidal, whatever. If you sort of say that, then the second piece of information that you need to be able to say that is to be measuring those outcomes in that population. If I were to say this risk factor leads to this outcome, I can only make that statement. And if I say that the thing in the middle, the AI is actually safe, the only way I can make that statement is to do a study where like I have people with risk factors, people without risk factors, give them both AI, and then see how the outcome is different. So once again, are AI companies measuring psychosis? Are they measuring suicidal ideation? Are they measuring homicidal ideation? And the answer is hopefully not, like sort of, right? Because that means they're collecting health information on their users, which I don't think is part of what they're supposed to be doing. People are making these statements in AI leadership without actually having the sufficient information to make those statements, which then creates another problem, which is like, how do they know that AI is safe? How do they know that AI does not induce suicidality, homicidality, psychosis, depression, unhealthy attachment styles, social isolation? How do they know what the safety effects of AI are? Are they just reading the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and stuff like that? Or basically leadership at AI companies, are they reading media reports or are they doing research? And then this is what's really scary is like, are they basing their statements based on the few cases that enter the media? And so this problem seems to be like growing quite a bit. And what really scares me is if they're using media articles, how do they know that there are not people who are quietly delusional, quietly psychotic, who are not killing anyone yet, or not committing suicide or things like that? Like, how do they know that their product is actually safe? And here's the other thing that really scares me. What do you have to do if you're running an AI company? What do you have to do to know that your product is safe? So here's what I've seen as someone who has worked with entrepreneurs, who has worked with startup founders. When a company who has a product is faced with solving all of this stuff that is outside of their product, right? They're an AI company. They're not equipped, do not have the bandwidth or the funding to actually do randomized controlled trials on the safety of their product. They're not regulated by the FDA, right? This is what's so interesting about AI companies is even though they have profound mental health impacts, they are not formally in the system for evaluation for mental health impacts. So when I work with founders like this and they are faced with this problem, I'm just imagining, like, put yourself in the shoes of someone who is an AI founder, who suddenly people are like, just think about this, how fucking insane this is. You open up the New York Times and you're like, oh shit, some guy who used my AI committed murder, killed their mother, was delusional, and then committed suicide. And you're like, well, fuck. How am I supposed to solve that problem? When you are faced with problems that are unsolvable or feel unsolvable, the best cope you can do is to do some mental gymnastics, throw your hands up and say, it's actually not my problem. This is not the problem that exists. It's way simpler than that. The simple matter is that there are some people who tragically are vulnerable to begin with. It's not my product that does it, right? It's not my product. Like, cigarettes don't cause cancer. Like, that's insane, right? So there are doctors who talk about the health benefits of cigarettes and how they make you stimulated and they're like good for your health and they give you a sense of energy and like, let's go. It's not my product. Not my problem. Cigarettes are not a medical device, right? So I don't need to do studies on them or things like that. There's no like, oh, coincidentally, people who are high risk, sometimes they get cancer. And it sort of makes sense, right? Because if you're someone who's like an AI CEO, maybe you're a coder, you look at this medical problem and you don't know how to solve it, right? You don't know how to put together a clinical trial. You don't have the money to put together a clinical trial. So what do? You do this interesting, very basic human sort of thing. I'm not saying that any of these AI CEOs are specifically doing this. I'm saying this is my past experience working with an entrepreneur. When you're faced with a problem that you have no idea how to solve, that could result in findings that make it hard for your company to make money. Like, oh my God, high dose of AI induces psychosis and suicidality. My business model is to get people to use my product more. We want people smoking more, right? And so when you're faced with that problem, you kind of throw up your hands in the air and you kind of say, look, this is not my area of expertise. Sometimes shit happens to people. People are psychologically vulnerable. And I'm not talking specifically about OpenAI, but I think like in some ways, I think OpenAI is doing a really good job. So they released this great blog post where they're sort of talking about taking this pretty seriously. I know a lot of users are actually complaining about the most recent version of ChatGPT because it's not as manipulatable. It's not as sycophantic, right? So I'm not saying that these people are bad. The reason I'm making this video is because there is a small chance or large chance, that's up to you. We've presented a lot of different evidence. You can watch this other video, that if you are using AI, it's dangerous to you. I'm not here to shit on AI CEOs or AI companies. The reason I'm a psychiatrist, and this platform is about your health. The reason I'm making this video is because I want y'all to understand that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, hopefully we'll have a clear answer that AI is dangerous, safe, whatever. But the problem is, in the meantime, you need to be careful.
Welcome back, Orion.
Thanks, Mark. It's always good to be here.
So, we've done several talks now, and I just thought maybe we would just wing it. You know, I don't really have anything prepared, but I watch your channel. Every Monday and Friday you post a new video, and you've posted so many interesting little talks. You know, everything from you did a beautiful talk on the difference between a mother's love and a father's love, which was a great talk. You did the holders and sniffers.
That was a fun one.
It was about how partners handle...
Well, actually farting in their relationship, which is kind of a trivial problem, but I talk about it more as a metaphor for, let's say, the unpleasant and distasteful aspects of our personalities. And I think there's basically two ways to approach it. You can either kind of hold it in and protect your partner from some of those aspects of ourselves that just aren't easy to get along with, or you tend to just sort of let them rip and say, hey, people gotta love and accept me for who I am, and I'm gonna go for the authentic approach, even if it might be a little distasteful from time to time. And I think those are two radically different approaches to relationships. And I think that you can have successful relationships both ways, but that you generally have to be with a compatible, like-minded person. Like, it's hard for holders and sniffers to get along.
The most interesting part of that talk for me was where you kind of quoted, I think it was a professor that you knew, who said you need to be with somebody who you like the smell of their farts.
Yeah, it wasn't a professor, it was a mentor of mine, and that was some advice that he gave me long ago when I was a lovelorn young man.
Because if you're really in love with somebody, you're gonna just accept everything about them, good and bad.
At least tolerate. I think that that's something that we should stress more in today's day and age, is you don't have to like everything about your partner, but you might have to tolerate certain things, and that's okay, because they might have to tolerate certain things about you. It's like everyone thinks their farts smell better than they do to other people.
Have we come to like spoiled?
Have we become too spoiled?
Like our goals.
I think
are
our
so
expectations are too high.
Expectations are too high.
In so many different ways. And one of the most damaging expectations is that our partner should be everything to us, like our lover and our business partner and our best friend and our therapist and our mommy or daddy. And it's very difficult to get even one of those things discharged well from one person. And so that really puts a lot of pressure and expectation on relationships. And it's sort of like a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And sometimes somebody who could be a great co-parent may not be a very emotionally vulnerable, supportive best friend. And that can create problems. Maybe a wonderful mother isn't a great lover, and vice versa. So it's important, I think, for people to understand that you can't get everything from everyone, and everyone has something about them that is going to be less than ideal. I think the advice to find somebody whose farts you can live with is important, though, because some things, for whatever reason, are just easier to live with than other things. It's like, and I think everyone has the right to have his or her own like deal breakers, the things they just really can't stand, or the things that get under their skin and they don't want to have in their relationships. It can be useful for people to examine where that distaste comes from, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to force yourself to live with it. Some things are going to be more charming and quirky, other things are going to be gross and distasteful, right? And on some level, the practice of love is to accept the other person for who he or she is, and to hope that they also give you the same grace as well in return. You certainly don't show up to a relationship hoping to be changed by the other person to be more in line with who they would like you to be. But people go to relationships all the time, consciously or not, to change their partner. Sometimes we can say that it's well-intentioned, like I can see the potential in you, right? You can be so much better than you currently are. But on some level, that's a kind of a disrespect to the individual as he or she is. And another person might not see anything wrong with that behavior or that trait. It really is a subjective thing.
One of the other talks you did recently, which was kind of addressing what you just spoke of, there's no need to understand the problem, which I thought was great, because we're constantly focusing on, like, let's figure out your problems, let's go to therapy, let's figure them out. But the truth is, as you said, even if you figure it out, doesn't mean the problem has evaporated. It's still there.
No, there's a couple things about this. I think one of them I said in the episode, I've said on the channel before, which is that insight isn't enough. And I learned this when I worked for a couple years in my training at an outpatient chemical dependency clinic. And you would see all kinds of folks come through your doors in that kind of setting. And there were folks who were kind of like frequent flyers. They've gone through the system, they've gone through programs multiple times, sometimes mandated, sometimes not. These folks had been thoroughly therapized, like they spoke the lingo better than I did at that point. And they could tell you all about their alcoholic family dynamics and their shame-based self and the chain analysis of what led them to relapse and how alcoholism from their great-grandfather has been passed down through the generations, and they still drink. So it's like these folks were sufficiently aware both of their vulnerability factors and the mental processes that lead them to drink and relapse, and yet they continue to do so. By the same token, that same day I could see somebody with a very low insight who would come into the office and say, I want to stop drinking. Why? I don't know, I don't like it anymore. And he just decides not to put the alcohol in his mouth anymore, and he's in recovery, like he's getting better that way. What's really interesting about working with addicts in particular is there are few sectors of mental health where you can see such profound growth and change in a human being in such a short amount of time. Like if you can succeed in helping somebody go without alcohol or meth or opioids for 3 months, like they can become a totally different person.
Yeah, I've seen it happen.
It's amazing. It's so hopeful and encouraging. Of course, the issue is to stay that way, right?
Exactly.
Like, what's the joke? Is quitting is easy. I've done it 100 times. So That's one thing, is that insight is just not enough. The other thing that I haven't said on the channel, but I'll say here, kind of a controversial take, but that not everyone should be in a relationship. Not everybody's ready to be in a relationship. Think about it this way. If you had a broken leg and you were trying out for like the varsity football team, no one would have a problem with you sitting on the bench for a while. Doesn't mean you'll never get to play, but maybe you need to heal your leg and go through some physical therapy and do what you need to do to get to a place where you could actually contribute to the team. That's a tough sell when it comes to, let's say, emotional or psychological injuries. Sometimes people think that if it's not visible, people should just be able to get over it, or our hearts are Teflon, or these folks deserve love and relationships too. And I think that's kind of a tough sell. It's like some people, if they've been traumatized by previous relationships or their childhood or life, which is obviously subject to happening, it happens to lots of folks, it's like a broken leg, is that maybe you need to take some time off the field. field and heal and do what you need to do to get to a place where you can contribute positively to the team effort. And insisting that you should play in spite of that insult or that injury to your heart or to your mind, I think that just is in spite of reality on some level. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, yeah.
And so I always, sometimes, I think every week I'm dealing with consultations from guys who are in less than satisfying relationships. And they think, yeah, she tells me she's still trying to get over her trust issues from the ex that cheated on her, or she had a narcissistic father and she's working through that. And I was like, okay, that's good that she's working through that, but she's still in physical therapy. Like she doesn't get a spot on the team yet. She's on the maybe she's on the roster, but she's on the disabled list or the injury list, whatever they call it.
Yep.
So there's no need to go forward with somebody who's still in the process of healing. And it's certainly not, I tell these men, it's not your responsibility to make all of these changes to the game to accommodate where she is emotionally or psychologically. It's like, we're not going to change the rules of football so that people with broken legs can play. And we should be cautious about going out of our way to allow that to happen. Just give people some time, take 6 months, 12 months, heal up, get better, and then get back on the field. It's not a big deal.
Aren't we often, though, finding a partner that might be slightly broken in hopes that we can fix them up and then make them something that maybe we couldn't get if they were 100% when we met them?
I think a lot of people do. I certainly was that way when I was younger. And I'll speak from my own experience. I think I did that because I didn't have a very high self-esteem. I didn't know if I could successfully compete as a young man against some of the guys who were more accomplished, more attractive, stronger. On some level, I was wondering what a healthy, high-functioning woman would want to do with me. So on some level, I'm, as not the fastest lion, I might have targeted targeted the gazelles with a limp. I was like, okay, maybe that's my food on some level. So, and I think this was unconscious, but my thinking was that I will earn my relationship, I will earn my sex, I will earn my love by helping this person. Because where I might have been able to compete even back then was with my mind and with my words and things that I was interested in that respect. So I thought, okay, I know a little bit about psychology, I know a little bit about X, Y, and Z. Maybe I can go in, help this woman, because I could see the potential in her. And as she gets better, she'll reward me in her gratitude with sex, love, and relationship. And it turns out that's not usually what happens.
That's not how it works.
No. So I've discovered that as I've become more authentically confident and with a good measure of self-worth and a sense of my own self-efficacy, I don't do that anymore. But I think a lot of people unconsciously believe that they're not enough, and so they target partners, consciously or not, that are also deficient in some way and expect them to be grateful for doing so.
You see people in your private practice, you also are living in this world of relationships and everything else that we're dealing with in life. How many people are happy in their romantic partnerships?
I don't know, man. That's a tough one. It's like we know outcomes about like marriage, that 55% of all marriages end in divorce. It's only 40% for first marriages only, but 55% overall. Because if you get divorced once, you're more likely to get divorced again. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who stay together are happy, nor does it mean that the people who separated were unhappy. Like, I think that's obviously the case in some instances, but I think it's a bridge too far to just make that assumption. I can speak from my own personal experience, having been personally invited into hundreds of people's relationships. I can think of maybe one or two relationships, families, marriages, where I would think, oh, this is pretty nice. I could do this. The vast majority of the time, I'm there and I'm like, I don't know how these people do it. Like, I could not handle this. And that's okay. I don't have to, right? But I don't know. I think in general, people aren't very happy. And it doesn't seem like a relationship makes you happier.
You sure are convinced that it will, though. You try so hard.
Yeah, people often think like a romantic, that kind of relationship can make you happier.
You chase it until you are exhausted, and you chase it some more.
A lot of people do that, yeah. I think we need relationships. Like, a life without relationships would be very hard. I think Aristotle said that only a beast or a god could live outside of society. And society is formulated with relationships. Like, you have to be so self-sufficient and independent that you would need nobody, which would make you, I don't even know what it would make you, or you're just half feral. So most of us need relationships. And they are potentially a great source of our meaning and satisfaction. They don't have to be romantic relationships, though. I think friendships are actually more important than romantic relationships in many respects.
But we sure do value the romantic ones more.
Well,
we seem to.
Sure. They're fun, too.
So many of these kind of relationship gurus, which I'll lump you into, that group, they seem to focus on how women are aiming for these guys that are the most alpha, or the most successful, the most attractive, the most all that. But and you and I talked about this I think at dinner once, where I think there are women who, probably because of some subconscious thing that they believe about themselves, will aim low. They will not go for a guy who is the most attractive, the best candidate for a good life.
A lot of women learn to aim lower. I don't think they aim low, but many of them learn to aim lower. Because you're right, it's in the beginning, like ever since high school, most women, it's like there's cliquishness and faddishness about which guys are hot and which guys are not. And even in high school, there was like 3 guys of the entire class that it seemed like 90% of the girls were swooning over, right? And that doesn't change all that much, especially according to the research. It seems like the vast majority of women are all kind of looking at the top, let's say 15% of men.
That 90% of the women were into? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Certainly, like for example, revealed preferences on dating apps.
Yeah.
And some guys hear that and they despair, but I don't believe that that's justified because the top 15% of men is constantly being renovated. Like, it's very hard to be in that top echelon indefinitely. And the men who were there 30 years ago likely are not there today, you see? So you get a moment. If you play your cards right, you get a little lucky and you work pretty hard. Just like women, it's like they're most attractive in a season on some level. And men can kind of even the odds through hard work and dedication and a little luck over decades, potentially. So I don't think men need to hear that stat and think it's never going to happen to me. I certainly, when I was younger, didn't think that I would be where I am today. Life is long and mysterious, okay? So what often women learn, though, is that those attractive men are awash in optionality. And the research also is pretty clear that men enjoy and pursue casual sex more often than women do. And so a lot of men who are in that highest echelon, who are getting a lot of female attention, I mean, why stop the buffet, as it were? It's like, why settle down with any one woman, especially now when everything's kind of coming in hard and fast, as it were? So that might not be an issue for a younger woman, but eventually most women seem to want to have a family, and they might eventually despair of being able to get that from the most attractive man, either because that man sees that woman as exceedingly expensive because of the opportunity cost it would require to devote himself exclusively to her and raising a family with her, or that she's not sufficiently attractive for him to do that. Like, that's the truth of the situation. And so a lot of women understand that, okay, if I really want this, maybe I need to go after a different type of man. A man who is more caring, who's able to provide, who has a stable job. Maybe he's not the most interesting guy, maybe he's not the most attractive guy, but if I play my cards right, I might be able to get a ring, I might be able to get a house, I might be able to get some kids.
I think what I am referring to is more, like, one of the most interesting things I've heard. I've done like over 8,000 interviews, and this to me was the most mind-blowing thing I'd ever heard. Phil Messing, who is a New York Post reporter, he did a talk with Pt.3, who is a homicide detective in New York, and they did a talk about some of the big homicide cases in New York. And Phil was talking about going to interview a death row inmate, and there are certain hours where they're allowed visitors. And he said it was the most fascinating thing to go during those visiting hours. And here, the way he described it, was a lineup of tens of women that are here for their death row daddy.
Wow.
I was like, what the
You should
fuck?
make a documentary about that.
No, but that's kind of what I'm talking about. These women could probably get anybody they want. But they're looking for this guy who's locked up and never getting out, jobless, moneyless, just crazy. That kind of behavior.
Or and serial killers even that have targeted women multiple times.
Or women that look for inmates. You know, they become pen pals, and I've done a couple of those.
Well, yeah. I remember seeing a couple episodes from I think there was one woman, she was Eastern European, who got involved with someone on the death row.
Ivana.
I think so. And what was interesting, as I recall about her story, is I think she was raised in wartime.
I believe you're right.
I think she was raised in Bosnia in the 90s during some of the conflicts in the dissolution of Yugoslavia.
That's right.
And you can have all kinds of ethics and moral principles. However, in wartime, a lot of those things go out the window. Like the ability to attach yourself to a man with a known willingness and track record in killing might be the safest fucking thing that you could possibly do. Like, it's wise to do that. I learned this in my own family. Like, my grandfather was a soldier who, in the aftermath of World War II, walked with my grandmother and a few other civilians from Ukraine to Germany before kind of like getting everybody on boats to America. Like, I doubt that my grandmother and those civilians would have gone with him if he wasn't a killer. And he didn't have a gun and knew how to use it. Like, they were safer with that man. Now, according to stories I've been told, he was not the easiest person to live with, let's put it that way. And it's like, Ivana, you can take the girl out of war, but sometimes you can't take the war out of the girl. And what might be very adaptive and even rational in some contexts might be really maladaptive and irrational in others. This is a very obvious example, but I think to a lesser extent, this kind of programming affects all of us to one degree or another, where the things that, this is an interesting idea, is like a lot of the neuroses, that's an outdated term, a lot of like the mental issues that people deal with, at one point in their lives were their most adaptive solution to a problem they were facing, usually in their families of origin. It may not make sense outside of the family, though, and it might be less effective, more expensive, even come with painful consequences. But if people haven't like updated their browser, if they haven't really like taken in the fact that they're no longer children living in that household under these circumstances, they can have those things affect them for often the rest of their lives even. But like I say, most of the word dysfunction is the word function. Dysfunction mostly works. If it didn't, no one would fucking do it. So that's something to keep in mind when you're potentially judging other people and or judging yourself, is that there's probably a reason why you do the things that you do, even if they cause you pain.
Yeah, humans are interesting.
They're fascinating, man. You are all psychologists to some degree or another.
You kind of have to be.
You do, because people are both a potential solution to a problem and the biggest fucking problem you're ever going to have in
like
life.
when your partner is giving you a hard time over something, and you just see it as like it's not really warranted, you have to get inside her head, figure out what's going on there, so that you can understand where she's coming from. You need to become a therapist.
That's true, but that goes back to the trap of understanding, which we were talking about earlier. Like, you can do that, or you can say, regardless of where this is coming from, it's like your leg is broken. Heal that, and then play with it.
Yeah, you'll never have a partner.
Well,
I
don't know about that.
We're
it's
all
like,
broken to some extent.
To some extent, but like we said, some farts smell better than others, and some people actually have healed a little bit more than others.
You keep coming back to the farts.
It all comes back to that.
Two of my favorite talks you've done, they were like bookends. Why beautiful women are nuts and why successful men are jerks.
Oh, yeah. Provocative titles. It's a while since I wrote those. You might have to jog my memory. Oh, yes, I remember that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which one do you want me to talk about?
Take your pick. Which one are you in the mood for?
Well,
you got to compare the two.
Let's go with why successful men are jerks, because I found that when we give men a hard time first, sometimes it's more palatable when we come to the women.
You're learning how to be diplomatic.
So the word I would use, which I used in the episode but not in the title, is why successful men are assholes. And that's generally what men are accused of, is being assholes. And I think the reason why successful men turn out this way, I don't think they usually start this way, they turn into that, is because they have learned to do all kinds of things that they don't really want to do in order to get and keep women. I don't think women understand that, look, probably 90-95% of what an average man does is designed to increase his chances to either get or keep women.
I would say higher than that.
You think higher than 95%?
I mean, like, I remember having this conversation when I was younger and we're all dating, and one of my friends goes, everything a man does, whether he's become successful, powerful, rich, whatever, you name it, it's all just to get women.
Well, I said that in the episode, Why Successful Men Cheat. It's like a lot of people shake their heads in disbelief. Why would this guy who's at the top of his craft, his industry, he's president, he's king, like he has everything, he threw it all away by sleeping with some woman, some intern, some mistress. And it's like, you're missing the point. The reason why he became the CEO and the president was to be able to do that. Like, that's the brass ring that's unconsciously held out for men. That's why they work sometimes to their graves and they die in harness.
That's
because
so frustrating for women, though.
And in what sense?
Like a woman thinks like, I'm the perfect partner for this guy. He should be happy with me forever. And she's done nothing wrong. And then one day he just finds a 24-year-old.
Yeah, well, I can talk to that. Like it's very difficult to have stable, fulfilling long-term relationships. Not least of all because no one continues to pay the plumber. What is that? So it's like when your toilet is clogged, the plumber is in very high demand. But after the clog has been resolved, no one continues to pay them. You get him out of the house, you give him what he's owed, but that's it. We're done here. So it's like people go to other people because they need and want things from others. The issue is that in giving those things to another, I'm complicit in my own obsolescence. Like a plumber who doesn't unclog clogs isn't a plumber. Like he would get no business whatsoever. But as soon as he's done unclogging the clog, he's got no more business. Now the world is full of clogs, there's always going to be plumbers, right? But the issue is, if I need to give you what you want to get into a relationship with you, but giving you what you want means you no longer need to be in a relationship with me, how the fuck do we do this, right? And so in the long term, it's not something that we openly discuss at all. I've never heard anyone talk about this. We have to continue to find new problems to solve in our partners' lives. We need new ways to be needed. And if those new ways do not produce themselves, then either you generally just drift apart. And maybe you separate, but maybe you just become like roommates and platonic friends living in your own house, which maybe isn't the worst thing, but probably isn't the best thing either, right? This is often why, in particular, marriages suffer a crisis when the kids are launched or about to be launched. Both parties might have chosen each other to some extent because you think that this person would be a good mother, very kind, good with children, or this would be a loyal family man. It's like, okay. Now, if you have kids, you'll never not be a parent. But like those qualities and behaviors and attributes are much less relevant now that the kids are 20 than they were when they were 2. So if you don't have anything else to give, you're like the plumber who's unclogged the drain. And that seems really shitty because it's like because raising children is no small thing, and a partnership of 20 years shouldn't be just thrown out like yesterday's garbage, right? But the issue is, there could be another 40 years of life left. Like that's a long time to not have a need to be discharged, to not have something that we're working on together. And so that's what I counsel folks who are going through this, is you have to find other projects that really speak to the both of you that you can collaborate on. And there's tons that could be. You could adopt a bunch of dogs and foster them. You could travel the world and start becoming influencers together. You can found a new business. You can build a house together. Like you have to do some kind of overarching project.
You need to keep dangling the carrot.
There needs to be a new clog.
Yeah.
There needs to be a new clog that needs to be unclogged. And in the absence of that, you get rid of the plumber. That's why people who need nothing from their partners, their relationships are the most precarious. I was once doing a consultation with an older woman who was having marital difficulties, and she was just like, I don't know what the problem is. Like, I have my own money from my family. Like, I'd be fine by myself. I don't need my husband for anything. And I was like, if that's true, which it probably isn't, but if that's true, you should never tell him that. Don't ever say that with your mouth. And certainly don't communicate that with your attitude or your behavior. Because I'm sure he doesn't think that he does nothing for you. And if you act as if he does nothing for you in spite of his efforts and his loyalty and his continued investment, he's going to feel like the biggest schmuck in the world because he's clearly still giving and trying, and it's not even being acknowledged or recognized. And that's a dangerous game, to have one's efforts not even recognized or invalidated. We need to need each other. And in the absence of that, we just have desire, we just have want, which is a very capricious thing. It comes and goes. If it's just desire, why not break up when the desire ends? That sounds reasonable. The whole basis of the relationship was desire. There's no more desire. We came here to eat dinner. We had our food. Time to go home. Makes sense. So, I'm sorry, I can pull it back around.
So I was about to say,
So a lot of guys do shit that they don't want to do in order to be competitive with women, get access to them. And what they begin to learn as they make decent choices and become more successful is that women tend to respond to them more and better as a function of having things that they can offer women that women really want. Like, a 20-year-old man could give a woman his heart, but a 45-year-old man could give her a yacht, could give her a family, could give her travel around the world, could give her the ability to quit her job, could give her the ability to become a mother in a way that the 21-year-old might not be able to because he's just not emotionally mature enough, he doesn't have the lifestyle, he doesn't have the wealth, he's extremely difficult for him. And so what happens as men become more successful and women start to respond to them differently, without them really changing much about themselves, they start to realize what really moves the needle with women. And it's not romance. It's not loving her more than the other men in her life. It's being able and willing to give her more than the other men in her life. And so men begin to dispense, because successful men are often very rational and very effective, so they start to dispense with the behaviors that don't instrumentally move the needle with women. And so they stop the romance, they stop the courtship, and they maybe even become a little corrupted in the sense of they feel entitled that I have these things, this is what you respond to, so we can move forward in that way. In the same way that women can become corrupted sometimes when they realize how much men respond to their physical beauty. And some women believe that because of the way that they look, that they're entitled to certain things. It's kind of the same thing in just different gendered expressions. And of course, it goes along those lines because men are fundamentally trying to exchange resources for sexual opportunity, and women are attempting to exchange sexual opportunity for resources. It's not the other way around. So that's why we see that successful men become assholes, which is a woman's term for a man not really caring about the emotional dimension of the relationship. And he learns that as a successful man because when he was attending to that, but he was unsuccessful, it didn't work. And as he became more successful and he didn't attend to it, he had more success and effectiveness with women. So women taught him what to value with respect to his dealings with them. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense. What do you say to people who say your views are so unromantic?
Well, they are unromantic. Like, I understand what romance is. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but romance doesn't make people happy. And it certainly doesn't, I mean, life is not a romantic comedy. That's not, the sweet, lovable guy doesn't always end up with the girl at the end of the movie, right? You even think about the way that those narratives are played out. It's never the successful romantic CEO versus the poor, practical, small-town guy, because that guy would never fuck. He doesn't have either thing. So the reason why romance kind of exists is it gives the small-town, poor, unsuccessful guy some chance of potentially leveling the playing field against the successful, accomplished man who actually can provide value to women and make their lives better than they might otherwise be. So romance is generally for unsuccessful men. It's a way for them to potentially offer something that the successful men either can't, but most likely won't because they feel like they don't need to, because they've been taught that they don't by women.
Fascinating.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to get to the truth of why things are the way they are, we can't really be romantic. Imagine if, like, romanticism used to be was initially like a genre it was a literary movement. And can you imagine if our scientists of the 19th century were romantics and weren't willing to, like, cut open corpses and run experiments and separate the atom? It's like it would be very difficult to understand the truth about the natural world. Now, is this the be-all, end-all, this kind of empirical scientific understanding? No, it has its limitations as well. But romanticism is sort of like a fuzziness. It's sort of like a mood. And moods are subjective, they're subject to change, and they don't often reveal actionable knowledge that we can use to make better decisions moving forward. That's what I got to that.
What about the women that are nuts? Attractive women are nuts.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful women are nuts. So many of them are. This one's actually pretty simple. The reason why beautiful women are nuts is that no one tells them the truth. No one tells them the truth. Especially if they're precociously beautiful. Like, I don't know, have any of the women of the 8,000 interviews that you've done talked about this? Have they talked about going through puberty when they were still adolescents and like dealing with the new kind of attention that they were getting from men?
Yeah, it comes up once in a while.
It's like, we don't want to talk about it because it's like anything that happens before you're 18 is like, oh, we don't...
But you see that behavior.
Well, you see that
all the time.
Absolutely. And young women don't know how to handle it. Why would they? Should they, right? But it's like suddenly, because their body has changed, the boys in their classroom are treating them differently and looking at them differently. And not just the boys in their classroom, but the boys' fathers and the boys' grandfathers. It's like men apparently never really stopped desiring young, attractive women. So these women now have to deal with a great deal of interest and attention, which is a kind of power. And it's a power that they've done nothing to earn. They just sort of like lived a little bit longer and their body did what the body did, right? So this can be very dangerous because, I mean, think about it. Why did I go through the trouble of like becoming a psychologist? Or why did I, before that, get really good at test prep and teach people about the GRE and learn how to do that? Before that, why did I become an actor? And it's like, because people weren't just giving me money. People weren't just giving me sex. People weren't just giving me entertainment and flights and dinners. Like, and those things sound nice, don't they, right? They're not necessary, but they sure make life a little bit more pleasant. So I had to earn them, which is what most guys have to do, and we have to earn them generally indirectly by becoming very good at something, which takes a long time, and to compete successfully with other men, often, in the arena of life. And then maybe, with some other things factored in, we can potentially get some of those good things, but we pay for them. Now, ever since I was 16, people were offering to buy me food, or to pay for my tuition, or to take me out every night of the week, or to give me relationships and love. And would I have worked as hard as I have in my life? Fuck no. Like, I know that enough about myself. It's like, that's just too seductive. It's like the one ring of power, man. It's like very few people could actually resist that. Because the reason why we struggle is generally to get those things, not because we are so virtuous that we believe that struggle is inherently valuable. Like, some of us eventually get there, but we are vanishingly few. And we generally get there through the pathway that I'm describing. Now, so a lot of attractive women, they realize that the source of their, and this has been happening as long as you've been kind of like a conscious adult. Why wouldn't you become entitled? Why wouldn't you expect it if it's happened 10,000 times in the past over the last 10 years? It's like, I expect the sun is going to rise in the morning, even though there's no fucking guarantee that it will. It's like, it's just happened billions of times. I think it's the safe bet, you see? So that can create problems. First of all, like, I don't even know if a totalitarian monarch doesn't get told no from time to time. Maybe the ministers have to be kind of gentle about how they oppose him or reject him, but like, there are few people that have lived in the history of the world that get more of what they want and less than what they don't than a beautiful woman. And it's hard to be told no. It's hard to be rejected. It sucks to not get what you want. It does. Now, most of us, though, we learn to deal with it because we kind of accept that that's just the way the world works. Like Mick said, you can't always get what you want. Most of us can't often get what we want, right? So, but it does take time to learn how to tolerate rejection, to deal with the sting of disappointment and lack. It toughens you up. It might make you a better person, potentially. Can, anyway. But it takes a while. And it takes a while, whether that starts when you're 2 or whether that starts when you're 30. The issue is when like anybody who is told no for the first time, they generally have a meltdown and a tantrum. And tantrums don't really look good on anybody, but they look much better in a toddler than an adult, okay? So one thing that can be very difficult is you're dealing with a beautiful woman, you're dealing with like a toddler emotionally, at least in the respect of this person has never truly not been able to get what she wanted. And the likelihood that some kind of outburst is going to occur is quite high. And we often see that kind of dysregulation behaviorally as kind of nuttiness, right? So that's one way. But let's talk about how no one tells these women the truth, because men very early on, it doesn't take long for them to figure this out, but they realize the truth does not get them laid. The truth does not get them laid. Like almost every guy does this at some point in his life, especially because he thinks it's going to differentiate himself from all the other guys out there. I'm not like the other guys. You know, I'm just going to tell you how it is. If women can do this experiment, it'd be very easy. They can do it for free. They can make like a fake profile on a dating app with some pictures of a guy, even like attractive men, and just change what they're looking for to casual relationships and see how many matches they get and what kind of responses they get versus if they say that they're looking for a long-term relationship. I think that probably 90%, more than 90% of men on dating apps are looking for long-term relationships, which is fascinating. Do I think that 90% of the male population at any one time is looking for a long-term relationship? Fuck no. But they learn that if they say that they're just looking to have casual, consensual relationship with another woman who's attracted to them, they don't get any responses. And women train them that way. Like if the truth got men laid, the world would look so much better than it currently does. Like, can you imagine? Like, women actually do have the power to remake the world indirectly by choosing which men to reward with sex and relationships and under what circumstances. And let me tell you, if a woman got better at sussing out the truth from lies, which they're not very good at, because most people aren't very good at that, and just did not have sex with men who lied to them, man, we'd have a much more honest population, like very quickly. But one, women have a hard time differentiating the truth from lies. And two, they often care about other things more. They do. It's like, where would women hang out if they truly valued honesty above all things? Like, I don't know, charities? Where do honest men hang out? There's not that many. Where do they congregate? Right? Maybe like philosophical clubs or churches. I mean, there's plenty of dishonest people in both of those, but like probably better than dive bars and nightclubs, right?
I blame the dance.
Well, that's what I talk about in the end of that episode, is that there are exceptions. Not all beautiful women are nuts, but those women tend to have very strong male figures in their life. Fathers and brothers who are able to tell the woman the truth and bear her hatred, bear her insults and her criticism and her emotional outbursts because it was the kind of like the right thing to do. Not just from the perspective of some vague virtue, but for her it's the best thing to do because now she can become like a full emotional adult.
Those are rare.
It's rare for men and women, it's true. It's like chronological age has absolutely nothing to do with emotional or psychological age. And most of the people who are walking around, despite what their driver's license says, are probably between 8 and 12 years old. But if you accept that that might be true, the rest of society starts to make a lot of sense. You certainly can't begin with the assumption that people are just virtuous and mature. Why would the world look the way that it does? If you go the other way around, a lot of things make sense. Now, I do think that there's reason to be hopeful. I do think that the state of humanity is probably trending in a positive direction. I do. It did seem like there was a lot of barbarism back in the day, man.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It's not like that stuff doesn't happen at all in today's day and age, but I do think it's on the decline. I think that fewer people live in poverty today than they have at any point in human history. There's more illiterate people. I think the quality of life for the average person has increased significantly. I think there's less violence overall. Clearly we have things to work on, but I think there are also reasons to be hopeful. But you have to understand, these things, they take a long time to change. The degree of understanding in humanity is still very low. Still very low. And if you go too high, you lose people. Or they get scared and then they attack you. So you kind of have to like just be a little bit further along and increase a person's understanding by like another degree, another step. And there could be a lot of steps to get to where we ultimately want to go together. So there's no hurry. It's not going to happen while you and I are alive.
One of your other talks that I thought was great was how to pass through suffering.
Oh yeah, that was a useful one, I think.
Because life is suffering.
A lot of it is. It doesn't happen. I just wrote a script today, so this is kind of topic of mind about suffering. Suffering is different from pain. In my opinion, suffering is pain plus judgment. And the judgment is generally that this pain is unbearable or unendurable or unjust or unfair. Okay. I think pain is everywhere around us. Except maybe for this one very thin, very narrow, fluctuating path that kind of like is hedged on all sides by pain. We can call that the path of light. And I think those are the two ways that all human beings can learn. You can either learn through pain or you can learn through light. And 99% of people, and 99% of the lessons learn pain. Pain is a wonderful teacher because pain never lies. It doesn't care about your feelings. It will tell you the honest, brutal truth in a way that your loved ones won't, your therapist won't, your priests won't. Pain always gives you direct, honest feedback about how your behavior aligns with reality. We experience pain when our mental models cause us to act in spite of reality. So, to give a very commonplace example, if I believe that outlet over there should have no power in it, and so I'd be free to stick a metal piece in there and suffer no consequences, I would experience pain as a consequence of that decision because my model was wrong. I thought that there was no power doing that, or I didn't understand that metal conducts electricity or what have you, but like my ignorance motivated me to feel pain because I acted in a way that was like in spite of the way things are. That's a very, I think, obvious and physical example, but we can see that even with emotional and psychological pain as well, is that at the root of it is that there's some sort of belief that reality should be other than how it is. And they're clinging to this idea, in some cases continuing to make decisions in line with this incorrect model that bring them in constant contact with pain. But pain, there's kind of like a guardianship to pain, because it's on either side of the path of light. It's like the rumble strips on the edge of a road that let you know that you're starting to drift off course. Like the more sensitive and responsive we become, the less pain we really need to feel to kind of wake up and course correct back on the path of light, which is not a static, unchanging route. Like, it's very difficult to constantly, unwaveringly follow that path. It's very hard to see, which is why we get that feedback from the path of pain. Pain is good. It's the gift that nobody wants. And a life without pain would be very difficult to me because we would be so far off that path. Our lives and collectively humanity would devolve to such a degree that I don't think any of us would want to be on this planet. Like, pain ideally helps us get on that straight and narrow path where we suffer less. Because what I've found is that the more pain there is, the less light there is. But the more light there is, the more pain there is. And in some cases, light is transmuting pain. The great benefit to light, which we can say collectively is knowledge, wisdom, or revelation, is that it can be communicated to other people. Pain cannot be communicated to other people. Not really. Like, if you've never broken your leg, how can I really tell you how that feels? If you've never lost a child, how can you really understand what that grief feels like? The only way you could possibly approximate it is if you've broken your leg or you've lost a child. And it still wouldn't be exactly the same thing, but at least we're kind of in the ballpark, right? So pain is a very personal and subjective experience, and it can't really be communicated or transmitted, which, if that were the only option, would suck, because that means that every person has to like start over and learn all the lessons from scratch, and we wouldn't get anywhere. Light can be transmitted. Light can be communicated, which is fantastic, and that's like the best resource that we have collectively to fight back against the darkness and to reduce the amount of unnecessary suffering on this planet. And the light that I can transmit is my own transmuted pain. It's me potentially saying with my words, I've learned this hard lesson from the teacher Pain. And I'm going to try to teach it to you so that you don't have to learn the same lesson that I did. Now, that said, I do think that everyone has the right to make their own mistakes. I do think that there might be something, let's say, cowardly and meek about somebody who just takes good advice and on face value and never runs the risk himself or herself. I do think that we're allowed to make our own mistakes, which is why I never prevent people from doing something that I believe has a high likelihood of causing them pain. I'll counsel them against it, but I won't stop them, because just like myself, they might have to feel that pain. They might have to feel it enough, and they might have to feel it enough times to finally learn their fucking lesson. And once they learn their lesson, they course correct. They change their behavior so they're a little off the path of pain and a little bit more on the path of light, and they suffer less. And the more light there is, the more light there will be. Because people who begin to suffer less have no interest in going down. Not really. And they start to become, it's like a virtuous cycle. They're like chasing after the light. They follow the light. And that's the best way that I think we have as individuals and collectively to get out of the misery that might otherwise be human existence. So thank God for that. Yeah, thank God for that, for sure.
Yeah. Your talks just get more and more fascinating as they go on.
Oh, thanks.
Your channel's incredible.
I actually didn't answer your question about the suffering. So the episode you're referring to is called A Horse in the Rain.
Yes.
So it's an attempt to teach people what to do when they are in the midst of suffering. And this was a question that I was asked in one of my courses back when I was a professor. And the question was functionally, Dr. Taraban, you've talked so much about unnecessary suffering and how can we do it, but what about calling some suffering unnecessary assumes that some suffering is necessary, which I kind of believe is true. Certainly from like a Buddhist perspective, we can't escape old age, sickness, and death. Let's put it that way, unless we die young. So there's some necessary suffering that human beings are subject to passing through. How do you deal with that? And what came to me was this image of a horse in the rain. You ever seen a horse in the rain, Mark?
He's standing.
That's right. It's just standing, getting moving. It's not trying to dance around the raindrops in some sort of manic, futile desire to not get drenched. It's not like beating its hooves and lamenting the injustice that it's raining here and not over there on those horses. It's not enviously plotting against the horses in the stable. It's not like laying down and just surrendering, oh my God, this is so miserable, I'll never be dry again. Like, those are all human forms of suffering. Animals don't experience that, which is part of why I think we love animals in some respect. So a lot of it might be necessary to be wet. It might be necessary to be in the rain. All these other judgments and stories that we're subject to telling ourselves about our circumstances are totally unnecessary and make the suffering so much more painful than it otherwise needs to be. It's really not that painful to be wet and to be cold for a while. It's okay. Those are conditions that will change. And then you might end up being so dry and hot that you'll miss being cold and wet at some point. You know, that's kind of the human condition. So the issue is to not make your situation worse than it already is. A complement to this is the advice I've given about what if you find yourself in the jaws of life? That's what I call it. Sometimes people just end up, sometimes through their own fault, sometimes not, but they find themselves in a really dangerous and precarious situation, the jaws of life. It's like you're the bunny and life is the wolf and it's got you in its mouth, right? I don't know if you've ever seen that in a nature documentary. But what the bunny does under those circumstances is not fight against what's happening. It doesn't resist what is happening. Why? Because the teeth are right there. If the bunny was to start to struggle, those teeth would just dig deeper and deeper into its flesh, and it would be next to impossible at that point to escape. so what the bunny does, it goes limp. It almost plays dead. It doesn't expend the necessary energy struggling against something that it can't escape from. And it potentially waits for its moment, which often happens, where in some momentary lapse of concentration or attention, or a feeling like the dinner is a sure thing, the wolf relaxes his mouth a little bit and bunny fucking dashes out as fast as it can. So that's the goal. It's like, when you're really dealing with something difficult, don't make it worse than it already is, and wait for your moment. If you're lucky, you might get one, and then you take it as best you can.
On that note, we'll wind it up.
Already? Wow, this was so fast.
That's enough.
Already?
That's enough.
Good Lord. Well, this has been great, Mark. Thanks for having me.
All your talks are fantastic. I think your mind is just so fascinating.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right, till next time.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, sir.
We all have the capacity to kill.
The following is a conversation with Julia Shaw, a criminal psychologist who has written extensively on a wide variety of topics that explore human nature, including psychopathy, violent crime, psychology of evil, police interrogation, false memory manipulation, deception detection, and human sexuality. Her books include Evil, about the psychology of murder and sadism, The Memory Illusion, about false memories, Bi, about bisexuality, and her new book that you should definitely go order now, called Green Crime, which is a study of the dark underworld of poachers, illegal gold miners, corporate frauds, hitmen, and all kinds of other environmental criminals. Julia is a brilliant and kind-hearted person with whom I got the chance to have many great conversations with on and off the mic. This was an honor and a pleasure. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Julia Shaw. You wrote the book, Evil, the Science Behind Humanity's Dark Side. So lots of interesting topics to cover here. Let's start with the continuum. You described that evil is a continuum. In other words, the dark tetrad, psychopathy, sadism, narcissism, Machiavellianism, are a continuum of traits, not a binary 0-1 label of monster or non-monster. So can you explain this continuum?
Yeah, so each trait on the dark tetrad, as it's called, which is the 4 traits that are associated with dark personality traits, so things that we often associate with the word evil, like sadism, which is a pleasure in hurting other people, Machiavellianism, which is doing whatever it takes to get ahead, narcissism, which is taking too much pleasure in yourself and seeing yourself as superior to others. And then there's psychopathy. Psychopathic personality specifically often lacks in empathy. And it's usually characterized by a number of different traits, including a parasitic lifestyle, so mooching off of others, deceptiveness, lying to people, and again, that empathy dimension, where you are more comfortable hurting other people because you don't feel sad when other people feel sad. Now, all of those traits, psychopathy, sadism, Machiavellianism, and narcissism, all of them have a scale. And so you can be low on each of those traits, or you can be high on each of those traits. And what the dark tetrad is, it's actually a way of classifying people into those who might be more likely to engage in risky behaviors or harmful behaviors, and those who are not. And if you score high on all of them, you're most likely to harm other people. But each of us score somewhere. So I might score low on sadism, but higher on narcissism. And in all of them, I'm probably subclinical. And so this is the other thing we often talk about in psychology, is that there's clinical traits and clinical diagnoses. Like someone is diagnosed as having narcissism. Or there's subclinical, which is you don't quite meet the threshold, but you have traits that are related and that are so important for us to understand in the same context.
So early in the book, you raised the question that I think you highlight as a very important question. If you could go back in time, would you kill baby Hitler? This is somehow a defining question. Can you explain?
Well, it's about whether you think that people are born evil. And so the question of would you kill baby Hitler is sort of meant to be something that gets people chatting about whether or not they think that people are born with the traits that make them capable of extreme harm towards others, or whether they think it's socialized, whether it's something that maybe in how people are raised is sort of manifests over time. And with Hitler, we know from certainly psychologists who have pored over his traits over time and looked at who he was over the course of his life, there's always this question of sort of, was he mad or bad? And with the answer to was he mad, well, he certainly had some characteristics that people would associate with, for example, maybe sadism, with this idea that he was less high on empathy is probably also showcased in his work. But in terms of whether he was born that way, I think the answer usually would be no. And actually in his early life, he didn't showcase quite a lot of the traits that later he sort of defined the horrors that he was capable of. So would I go back in time and kill baby Hitler? The answer is no, because I don't think it's a straight line from baby to adult, and I don't think people are born evil.
So you think a large part of it is nurture versus nature, the environment shaping the person to manifest the evil that they bring out to the world?
Well, and I would be careful with using the word evil, because I think we shouldn't use it to describe human beings, because it most commonly others people. It's, in fact, I think makes us capable of perpetrating horrendous crimes against those we label evil. So for me, that word it's the end of a conversation. It's when we call somebody evil, we say, this person is so different from me that I don't even need to bother trying to understand why they are capable of doing terrible things, because I would never do such things. I am good. And so that artificial differentiation between good and evil is something that, certainly with the book, I'm trying to dismantle. And that's why introducing continuums for different kinds of negative traits is really important, and introducing this idea that there's nothing fundamental to people that makes them capable of great harm. We all have the capacity to kill people and murder people and do other terrible things. The question is why we don't do those things rather than why we do those things better. So I think humanizing and understanding that we all have these traits is the most important thing in my book, certainly.
Yeah, I think a prerequisite of doing evil, I see this in war a lot, is to dehumanize the other. In order to be able to murder them at scale, you have to reformulate the war as a fight between good and evil. And the interesting thing you see with war is both sides think that it's the battle of good versus evil. It almost always is like that, especially at large-scale wars.
That's right, and on top of dehumanization, there's also this other thing called de-individuation, which is where you see yourself as part of the group and you no longer see yourself as an individual. And so it's this fight of us versus them. And so you need both of those things. You need that sort of collapse of empathy for other people who are on the other side. And you need this idea that you can be swallowed by the group. And that gives you a sense of also the cloak of justice, the cloak of morality, even when maybe you're on the wrong side. And that's where getting into sort of who's on the right side of each war is always a more complicated issue. But certainly calling other people evil and calling the other side evil and dehumanizing them is crucial to most of these kinds of fights.
Yeah, you promote empathy as an important thing to do when we're trying to understand each other. And then a lot of people are uncomfortable with empathy when it comes to folks that we traditionally label as evil. Hitler is an example. To have empathy means that you're somehow dirtying yourself by the evil. What's your case for empathy? Even when we're talking about some of the darker humans in human history.
My case for empathy, or evil empathy as I sometimes call it, so empathy for people who we often call evil. Also, the title of my book is Evil, or in the UK market it's Making Evil, which is a reference to a Nietzsche quote, which is thinking evil is making evil. The idea being that evil is a label we place onto others. There's nothing inherent to anything that makes it evil. And so I also think that we need to, dismantle that and empathize with people we call evil, because if we're saying that this is the worst kind of act or worst kind of manifestation of what somebody can be. So if someone can destroy others, torture others, hurt others, I work as a criminal psychologist, so I work a lot on sexual abuse cases, on rape cases, on murder trials. And so in those contexts, that word evil is used all the time to go, this person is evil. And if we're doing that, then we need to go, okay, but what we actually want is we don't really just want to label people. We want to stop that behavior from happening. And the only way we're going to do that is if we understand what led that person to come to that situation and to engage in that behavior. And so that's why evil empathy, I think, is crucial, because ultimately what we want is to make society safer. And the only way we can do that is to understand the psychological and social levers that led them to engage in this behavior in the first place.
So on a small tangent, I get to interview a bunch of folks that a large number of people consider evil. So how would you give advice about how to conduct such interviews when you're sitting in front of a world leader that some millions of people consider evil? Or if you're sitting in front of people that are actual convicted criminals what's the way to conduct that interview? Because to me, I want to understand that human being. They also have their own narrative about why they're good and why they're misunderstood, and they have a story in which they're not evil, and they're going to try to tell that story. And some of them are exceptionally good at telling that story. So if it's for public consumption, how would you do that interview?
I think it's important to speak with people whom a lot of people dehumanize, including myself. I mean, I also speak with people who I think I know have committed terrible crimes, and I have spoken to these people because as a criminal psychologist, that's often part of my job. So what's interesting, I think, when you're speaking to people who have committed really terrible crimes, or certainly who've been convicted of terrible crimes, is that not only is it potentially insightful because they might give you a real answer and not just a controlled narrative about why they committed these crimes. If they are either maintaining their innocence or they're more reluctant to do that, I think even the narrative that they are controlling, that they're being very careful with, still tells us a lot about them. So I think, certainly in my research on environmental crime as well, what we see is that people use a lot of rationalization, and they say things like, well, everybody's doing it. And if I hadn't done this first, somebody else would have done this waste crime or this other kind of crime. And so there's this rationalization, there's this normalization, there's this diminishing of your own role and agency. And that still tells us a lot about the psychology of people who commit crimes, because most of us are very bad at saying sorry and saying, I messed this up and I shouldn't have done that. And instead, what our brains do is they try to make us feel better. And they go, no, you're still a good person, despite this one thing. And so we try to rationalize it, we try to excuse it, we try to explain it. And there is some truth to it as well, because we know the reasons why we engage in that behavior, and other people don't have the whole context. So we also do have more of the whole story. But on the other hand, we need to also face the fact that sometimes we do terrible things, and we need to stop doing those terrible things and prevent other people from doing the same.
I find these pictures of World War II leaders as children kind of fascinating, because it grounds you, makes you realize that there is a whole story there of environment, of development through their childhood, through their teenage years. You just remember, they're all kids. Except Stalin, he was looking evil already when young.
Well, people used to not smile in photos as well. I think looking at historical photos of children, or sometimes even kids in other cultures, it's like, oh, why are they all so serious? But our creepiness raters are also way off. So this is something that I've been interested in for a long time as well, is that we have this intuitive perception of whether or not somebody is trustworthy. And that intuitive perception, according to ample studies at this point, is not to be trusted. And one thing in particular is whether or not we think someone is creepy, including children. But usually the research is done, of course, on adult faces and with adults. And there's only recently did we even really define what that vague feeling of creepiness is. And it has a lot to do with just not following social norms. And this is something we see that transfers to other contexts, like why people are afraid of people with severe mental illness and psychosis. If you're on the bus or the tube in London and someone's talking to themselves and they're acting in an erratic way, we know that people are more likely to keep a distance. There was one study where they literally had a waiting room where they also had people with chairs. And the question was, how many chairs would you sit away from someone who has a severe mental illness? And the answer is you sit more chairs away. And there's a physical and psychological distancing that's happening there. And it's not because people with severe mental illness are inherently more violent or more dangerous. That is not actually what the research finds. It's that we perceive them as such because we perceive them as weird, basically. We go, this isn't how you're supposed to be behaving. And so I'm worried about this. And so I'm going to keep my distance. And so creepiness is much the same. And that's where you can totally misfire whom you perceive as creepy just because they're not acting in the way that you expect people to act in society.
Well, what are the sort of concrete features that contribute to our creepiness metric? Is that meme accurate, that when the person is attractive, you're less likely to label them as creepy?
It depends. If they're too attractive, it can be. So there's there's effects that interact there.
That's hilarious.
And we also don't trust people potentially who are too attractive. But again, deviation from the norm. And so if you're deviating in any way, that can lead to, your assessment being more wrong, but also you assessing people as more negative. And so with creepiness, the main thing that bothers me as a criminal psychologist is that tangential to creepiness is this general idea of trustworthiness and that you can tell whether somebody is lying. And I've done research on this, as have lots of other people. Like Aldert Fry is one of the leading researchers on deception detection, and he has found in so many studies that is really hard to detect whether someone is lying reliably, and that people, especially police officers, people who do investigative interviewing, they have this high confidence level that they, because of their vast experience, can in fact tell whether the person across from them is lying to them, this witness, the suspect. And the answer to that, even that, if you take them into experimental settings, they are no better than chance at detecting lies, and yet they think they are. And so again, you get into this path where you're going to miss people who are actually lying to you potentially, and you're going to potentially point at innocent people and say, I think you're guilty of this crime, and you go hard on that person in a way that might even lead to a wrongful conviction.
So it's the fact that it's very difficult to detect lies and overconfidence in policing creates a huge problem.
Not just policing, in relationships and in lots of other contexts as well. I mean, a lot of jealousy is born out of uncertainty. Jealousy isn't, I know for sure that you have done something that is threatening our relationship. A lot of jealousy is what's in my head because I am assuming that you might be thinking or doing X. And that is also basically an exercise in lie detection. And there as well, we are very bad at it.
Is there a combination of the dark tetrad and how good you are at lying? Like, are people with the certain traits, maybe psychopathy, are better at lying than others?
There's definitely some research to support the idea that people with psychopathy are better at lying. There's also some research specifically on faking good in, for example, parole decisions. So when it comes up to someone who is, there's a legal decision to be made as to whether this person is going to be released from prison or released from just detention in general, and then the person will act in a particular way, mimic a good prisoner, mimic someone who's safe to be released into society, and then the committee goes, oh, well, this person's doing great, and so they're ready to be released. And then they make the wrong decision because that person has been faking it. So I think with psychopathy, it's a bit complicated. There has been some sort of historically as well, some concern that certain treatment for psychopathy, especially empathy-focused treatment, makes people with psychopathy more likely to fake empathy and to weaponize it. But then there's other research which finds that if you use other kinds of interventions, it's like Jennifer Scheme in California, who does research on people with psychopathy who have committed severe crimes. And she specifically creates these treatment programs that aren't just around empathy, but they're more around almost learning the rules of society and convincing people that actually being pro-social is a better way to get what you want in life. And so there's a real need for tailored treatments to deal with especially certain kinds of personality traits, dark personality traits, to try and convince people basically actually being pro-social is the better path, rather than just going hard on, empathy and things that they don't maybe also see as faults with themselves.
Is there a psychological cost to empathizing with so-called monsters? You reference Nietzsche in the book, gaze into the abyss gazes into you. If you study quote-unquote evil or study monsters, you may a bit become that. Is there a danger of that?
I don't think so. I think that's what people fear. So a lot of the Nietzsche quotes I use as well are, some of them I like because they speak to the chapters I write about, and the issues I write about, but some of them I also like because they are how people think about evil and people who are labeled evil. And I do think with gazing into the abyss and the abyss gazing back, it's more of you're trying to find it. And that's why in some ways that doesn't work actually, because it isn't a total blank. It isn't the abyss. There are in fact things that you can see, even if it's just superficially, and patterns you can recognize to help you and key decision makers, especially in legal settings, make better decisions around people like this. So when they see these patterns, they act a better way. So yeah, I get asked a lot as a criminal psychologist, do you carry the cases that you deal around with you? So some of the cases involve huge amounts of witnesses, huge amounts of potential victims. And so in these cases, there are very visceral descriptions sometimes of heinous crimes. And I think that as someone who does this work, you can't be someone who sees it as anything other than a puzzle. So you have to look at it and go, here's the different pieces of information. What I am doing is pattern recognition. I'm not here to emotionally invest in each of these victims or potential victims. That's not my role. There's therapists for that. There's other people who do that work. I am here working with the police. I'm here working with lawyers. I'm here looking at it more sort of objectively to see how this all fits together. And so I think that's how I engage with it. I see it as this puzzle that I'm trying to figure out.
I worry for my own brain that when I confront people and see them as a puzzle, which I do, I see the beauty in the puzzle. All the puzzles look beautiful to me. I'm sometimes like a Prince Mishkin character from The Idiot by Dostoevsky, where you just see It's not the good in people, but the beauty in the puzzle. And I think you can lose your footing on the moral landscape if you see the beauty in everything a bit too much. Because, like, everyone is interesting. Everyone is complicated.
It's the classic scientist response as well to what other people in society go, ooh, they go, this is horrible, or this atrocious thing has happened, or this shocking existential crisis-inducing thing I've just found is, giving me existential crisis. And scientists instead go, oh, wow, and you can sort of see the delight in discovery as well. And I think sometimes scientists read as callous because we enjoy this discovery of knowledge and the discovery of insight. And it just feels like this little light bulb has gone off and you go, oh, I understand a tiny bit more about human experience or about the world around us. And I think it must be similar. I don't know that I feel or worry that I sort of become more quote unquote evil. I think it's more that you add this nuance, which I guess sometimes can be estranging to other people. So there's that. So when you speak with others, sometimes, like even when I say we shouldn't use the word evil, people go, no, but you have to. Does that mean you're trivializing things? And the answer is no, I'm not trivializing. I'm just trying to understand. Also, like sympathizing or being empathetic towards people whom others have written off is always going to get that response from some people. And I mean, there are real questions around whom we're platforming and what that has and what role we have as content creators, both of us, of the people we talk about, how we cover them. I often come across this in true crime work that I do because I get asked to do TV shows. I host TV shows and I host BBC podcasts. And there's always the question of sometimes people commit murder to become famous. And should it be a blanket ban that we don't cover those cases? Or should we cover those cases but in a different way? Or should we anonymize the people? So it doesn't mean that you shouldn't never cover that case. It just means that you need to think about it.
Speaking of which, you've done a lot of really great stuff podcast shows. One of them is Bad People Podcast. You co-host it. It has over 100 episodes, each covering a crime. What's maybe the most disturbing crime you've covered?
One of the most disturbing crimes that we covered on Bad People, and just to be clear, Bad People, much like the title Evil, is sort of tongue-in-cheek, where the idea is it's people whom we refer to as bad people. And then it's always a question of, like, who are these quote-unquote bad people, and are we all capable of doing these terrible things? But one of the most certainly problematic, dark cases that we covered was the Robert Pickton case. And the episodes are called Piggy's Palace because that was the nickname for the farm where Robert Pickton brought victims whom he had kidnapped, and then he killed them and he did terrible things to their bodies, and rumors have it certainly that he fed some of these victims to pigs. Now, one of the reasons I covered that case is actually because it was influential in my own career. So Robert Pickton is one of the most famous Canadian serial killers of all time, and as I was doing my undergrad at Simon Fraser University in Canada, I was being taught by someone called Stephen Hart. And Stephen Hart was an expert witness on the Robert Pickton trial. And so he was keeping us abreast of some of the developments of what he was covering. And I found it so interesting. And I loved Stephen Hart as a person, and he seemed to have this sense of humor, this gallows humor, around it all, despite being faced with one of the arguably worst people in Canadian history. And I thought that that was so interesting, that someone could be so nice and so kind and so wonderful and be an expert witness for these kinds of people. And so that's one of the reasons I went to the field, was because of this case as well. And so we had him on the show. So he came on to Bad People and we interviewed him for it.
And he has done, I imagine, a lot of really difficult cases.
Yes, he's done a lot of difficult cases, as have other researchers like Elizabeth Loftus, who's one of the main founders of the area of false memory research, which is what I also do. I do research on memory and false memory and witness statements. And Elizabeth Loftus has also been recently for the Ghislaine Maxwell case. She was in the press. And so she has worked with lawyers to educate the court on memory in lots of really, really controversial cases. But the way she would explain it is that it's still her role to just train people and teach people on how memory works. She's not there to decide whether people are guilty or innocent, but she is there to help people distinguish between fact and fiction when it comes to how our memories work or don't.
So what kind of person feeds their victims to pigs? What's interesting about that psychology?
The psychology about Robert Pickton, I mean, he was a tricky person because I think he was profoundly lonely. And this is something we see with a lot of serial killers, is that they have this loneliness, which I think also not only contributes to them committing the crimes in the first place, but also allows them to get away with things because they don't have as much of a social network, or any social network, that is helping them to do what's called reality monitoring, to understand what's true and what's not. And so when you see people get radicalized in their own thoughts, whether that's in the sense of things like schizophrenia, where you've got psychosis, you've got delusions, maybe command hallucinations. That's when you think you're hearing voices and someone is telling you that you have to do something, usually something harmful to other people. And if you don't follow those, you will hear those voices forever. They're profoundly distressing, and they are one of the aspects of schizophrenia that, if you have it, does make you more prone to violence. And so for these kinds of cases, if you don't have someone intervening, whether that's a family member or therapist, saying, how can you tell whether this thought is real? Maybe that thought, maybe you're not hearing that voice, right? Maybe that aspect of what you're thinking isn't true, and bring you back and closer to reality. You can just wander off to whatever alternate universe that you might live in your head. And it's the same with radicalization in other contexts, is that you see that people who drift more and more into a certain group that has certain beliefs that are maybe divorced from the evidence, divorced from reality, you can see that people will get more extreme over time. And unless you have a tether that brings you back, that allows you to do reality monitoring, it's going to be very difficult to find your way out of that. So with serial killers, we find this reality monitoring problem, and I think part of that's related to the lack of social networks that people have.
That's fascinating. So that's one important component of serial killers. What else can we say about the psychology, what motivates them? If you look at some of the famous serial killers, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, is there other things we could say about their psychology that motivates them? So interesting, the tether to reality. I mean, loneliness is a part of the human condition. It is, in fact, one of its side effects is you can get untethered. And then with some of these brains, I guess the untethered goes to some dark place.
The untethered goes to a dark place, and it then is often combined with some of these other dark tetrad traits. So you've got someone who maybe is high on psychopathy, low on empathy, someone who's high on sadism, someone who thinks that it's okay to pursue your own goals. And your own goal can be, like with Jeffrey Dahmer, you can be wanting to create the perfect partner, which in some ways seems to be what he was trying to do by killing people and piecing them together and sewing up a sort of new version. There's something in that where I can't help but go, that's so sad. I don't go, oh my God, how terrible, how awful, and of course it's atrocious, of course it's heinous, but I have this real sympathy for that. And I think that's important for us to have, though, and not to say, I can't relate to this person at all, but to say that is an extreme manifestation of something I have felt. And the difference between me engaging in that and this person engaging in that are these other factors. But the core is in all of us.
Do you think all of us are capable of evil? Of some of the things we label as evil?
I think all of us are capable of doing basically the worst things we can imagine. And one of the reasons I think that is because you can see neighbors turning on each other, especially if you look historically at the start of wars or big political moments where you have people who would have called each other friends, turning each other into the police, killing each other, doing terrible things. So I think all it takes is to become convinced that the people you think are your friends are actually your enemies, whether that's just in your own world or in the larger political national landscape. That I don't think it takes all that much for us to be capable of doing terrible things. But that's also why it's really important when things are good and when you're not at war and when you have the capacity to think deeply about important issues, to train your mind on these thoughts of knowing that things like loneliness can manifest in these extreme ways, that things like jealousy and aggression, that they can turn into murder, that they can turn into these horrible versions, and to then also spot the red flags if you start going down that path. I think if we don't rehearse evil, if you will, we are much more likely to engage in it, especially in those moments where we don't have much time or energy to really think about what we're doing.
Yeah, I really appreciate the way you think and the way you talk about this. Listening to history, when I'm reading history books, I imagine myself like doing the thing I'm reading about. And I almost always can imagine that, like when I'm being honest with myself.
And it's important to admit that to ourselves. And research on murder fantasies finds that most men have fantasized about killing someone, about 70% in 2 studies. And most women as well. More than 50% of women have fantasized about killing somebody. So murder fantasies are incredibly common. And certainly according to some researchers, that's a good thing. Being able to rehearse and think through doing the most terrible things it's a great dress rehearsal for also how we don't want to live our lives. And only if you are able to fully think through, what would I actually be like if I was engaging in this? What would I be thinking? Who would I be with? What would be the group that I'm charging against this other person? You know, who am I there with? As you said, like really putting yourself in the shoes of these people who've done terrible things, that is how you also realize that you do not want those consequences. And so, yeah, you maybe want to murder this person, but you don't really want to murder this person. That's that intuitive, sort of animalistic brain coming in. But then, luckily, we have higher reasoning that goes, actually, if you think this through, that's a pretty terrible consequence for yourself. So the better thing to do is not to murder this person. So I think it's adaptive to be able to fantasize and think about these things. Obviously, if you start getting to a point where you're...
That son of a gun scam works. Aren't you glad we took the time to help him?
That when I confront people and see them as a puzzle, which I do, I see the beauty in the puzzle. All the puzzles look beautiful to me. I'm sometimes like a Prince Mishkin character from The Idiot by Dostoevsky, where you just see, it's not the good in people, but the beauty in the puzzle. And I think you can lose your footing on the moral landscape if you see the beauty in everything a bit too much. Because, like, everyone is interesting. Everyone is complicated.
It's the classic scientist response as well to what other people in society go, ooh, they go, this is horrible, or this atrocious thing has happened, or this shocking existential crisis-inducing thing I've just found is, giving me existential crisis. And scientists instead go, oh, wow. And you can sort of see the delight in discovery as well. And I think sometimes scientists read us callous because we enjoy this discovery of knowledge and the discovery of insight. And it just feels like this little light bulb has gone off and you go, oh, I understand a tiny bit more about the human experience or about the world around us. And I think it must be similar. I don't know that I feel or worry that I sort of become more quote unquote evil. I think it's more that you add this nuance, which I guess sometimes can be estranging to other people. So there's that. So when you speak with others, sometimes, like even when I say we shouldn't use the word evil, people go, no, but you have to. Does that mean you're trivializing things? And the answer is no, I'm not trivializing. I'm just trying to understand. Also, like sympathizing or being empathetic towards people whom others have written off is always going to get that response from some people. And I mean, there are real questions around whom we're platforming and what that has and what role we have as content creators, both of us, of the people we talk about, how we cover them. I often come across this in true crime work that I do because I get asked to do TV shows. I host TV shows and I host BBC podcasts. And there's always the question of sometimes people commit murder to become famous. And should it be a blanket ban that we don't cover those cases? Or should we cover those cases but in a different way? Or should we anonymize it? So it doesn't mean that you shouldn't never cover that case. It just means that you need to think about it.
Speaking of which, you've done a lot of really great stuff, podcast shows. One of them is Bad People Podcast. You co-host it. It has over 100. episodes, each covering a crime. What's maybe the most disturbing crime you've covered?
One of the most disturbing crimes that we covered on Bad People, and just to be clear, Bad People, much like the title Evil, is sort of tongue-in-cheek, where the idea is it's people whom we refer to as bad people. And then it's always a question of, like, who are these quote-unquote bad people, and are we all capable of doing these terrible things? But one of the most, certainly, problematic, dark cases that we covered was the Robert Pickton case. And the episodes are called Piggy's Palace because that was the nickname for the farm where Robert Pickton brought victims whom he had kidnapped, and then he killed them and he did terrible things to their bodies, and rumors have it certainly that he fed some of these victims to pigs. Now, one of the reasons I covered that case is actually because it was influential in my own career. So Robert Pickton is one of the most famous Canadian serial killers of all time, and as I was doing my undergrad at Simon Fraser University in Canada, I was being taught by someone called Stephen Hart. And Stephen Hart was an expert witness on the Robert Pickton trial. And so he was keeping us abreast of some of the developments of what he was covering. And I found it so interesting. And I loved Stephen Hart as a person. And he seemed to have this sense of humor, this gallows humor around it all, despite being faced with one of the arguably worst people in Canadian history. And I thought that that was so interesting, that someone could be so nice and so kind and so wonderful and be an expert witness for these kinds of people. And so that's one of the reasons I went to the field, is because of this case as well. And so we had him on the show. So he came on to Bad People and we interviewed him for it.
And he has done, I imagine, a lot of really difficult cases.
Yes, he's done a lot of difficult cases, as have other researchers like Elizabeth Loftus, who's one of the main founders of the area of false memory research, which is what I also do. I do research on memory and false memory and witness statements. And Elizabeth Loftus has also been recently, actually, for the Ghislaine Maxwell case. She was in the press. And so she has worked with lawyers to educate the court on memory in lots of really, really controversial cases. But the way she would explain it is that it's still her role to just train people and teach people on how memory works. She's not there to decide whether people are guilty or innocent, but she is there to help people distinguish between fact and fiction when it comes to how our memories work or don't.
So what kind of person feeds their victims to pigs? What's interesting about that psychology?
The psychology about Robert Pickton, I mean, he was a tricky person because I think he was profoundly lonely. And this is something we see with a lot of serial killers, is that they have this loneliness, which I think also not only contributes to them committing the crimes in the first place, but also allows them to get away with things because they don't have as much of a social network, or any social network, that is helping them to do what's called reality monitoring, to understand what's true and what's not. And so when you see people get radicalized in their own thoughts, whether that's in the sense of things like schizophrenia, where you've got psychosis, you've got delusions, maybe command hallucinations, that's when you think you're hearing voices and someone is telling you that you have to do something, usually something harmful to other people. And if you don't follow those, you will hear those voices forever. They're profoundly distressing, and they are one of the aspects of schizophrenia that, if you have it, does make you more prone to violence. And so for these kinds of cases, if you don't have someone intervening, whether that's a family member or therapist, saying, how can you tell whether this thought is real? Maybe that thought, maybe you're not hearing that voice, right? Maybe that aspect of what you're thinking isn't true and bring you back and closer to reality. You can just wander off to whatever alternate universe that you might live in your head. And it's the same with radicalization in other contexts, is that you see that people who drift more and more into a certain group that has certain beliefs that are maybe divorced from the evidence, divorced from reality, you can see that people will get more extreme over time. And unless you have a tether that brings you back, that allows you to do reality monitoring, it's going to be very difficult to find your way out of that. So with serial killers, we find this reality monitoring problem, and I think part of that's related to the lack of social networks that people have.
That's fascinating. So that's one important component of serial killers. What else can we say about the psychology, what motivates them? So if you look at some of the famous serial killers, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, is there other things we could say about their psychology that motivates them? So interesting. We're tethered to reality. I mean, loneliness is a part of the human condition. It is, in fact, one of its side effects is you can get untethered. And then with some of these brains, I guess the untethered goes to some dark place.
The untethered goes to a dark place, and it then is often combined with some of these other dark tetrad traits. So you've got someone who maybe is high on psychopathy, low on empathy, someone who's high on sadism, someone who thinks that it's okay to pursue your own goals. And your own goal can be, like with Jeffrey Dahmer, you can be wanting to create the perfect partner, which in some ways seems to be what he was trying to do, by killing people and piecing them together and sewing up a sort of new version. There's something in that where I can't help but go, that's so sad. I don't go, oh my God, how terrible, how awful, and of course it's atrocious, of course it's heinous, but I have this real sympathy for that. And I think that's important for us to have, though, and not to say, I can't relate to this person at all, but to say that is an extreme manifestation of something I have felt. And the difference between me engaging in that and this person engaging in that are these other factors. But the core is in all of us.
Do you think all of us are capable of evil? Of some of the things we label as evil?
I think all of us are capable of doing basically the worst things we can imagine. And one of the reasons I think that is because you can see neighbors turning on each other, especially if you look historically at the start of wars or big political moments where you have people who would have called each other friends, turning each other into the police, killing each other, doing terrible things. So I think all it takes is to become convinced that the people you think are your friends are actually your enemies, whether that's just in your own world or in a larger political national landscape, that I don't think it takes all that much for us to be capable of doing terrible things. But that's also why it's really important when things are good and when you're not at war and when you have the capacity to think deeply about important issues, to train your mind on these thoughts of knowing that things like loneliness can manifest in these extreme ways, that things like jealousy and aggression, that they can turn into murder, that they can turn into these horrible versions, and to then also spot the red flags if you start going down that path. I think if we don't rehearse evil, if you will, we are much more likely to engage in it, especially in those moments where we don't have much time or energy to really think about what we're doing.
Yeah, I really appreciate the way you think and the way you talk about this. Listening to history, when I'm reading history books, I imagine myself like doing the thing I'm reading about. And I almost always can imagine that, like when I'm being honest with myself.
And it's important to admit that to ourselves. And research on murder fantasies finds that most men have fantasized about killing someone, about 70% in 2 studies. And most women as well. More than 50% of women have fantasized about killing somebody. So murder fantasies are incredibly common. And certainly according to some researchers, that's a good thing. Being able to rehearse and think through doing the most terrible things it's a great dress rehearsal for also how we don't want to live our lives. And only if you are able to fully think through, what would I actually be like if I was engaging in this? What would I be thinking? Who would I be with? What would be the group that I'm charging against this other person? You know, who am I there with? As you said, like really putting yourself in the shoes of these people who've done terrible things. That is how you also realize that you do not want those consequences. And so, yeah, you maybe want to murder this person, but you don't really want to murder this person. That's that intuitive sort of animalistic brain coming in. But then, luckily, we have higher reasoning that goes, actually, if you think this through, that's a pretty terrible consequence for yourself. So the better thing to do is not to murder this person. So I think it's adaptive to be able to fantasize and think about these things. Obviously, if you start getting to a point where you're ruminating and you're going in these circles where you're constantly fantasizing about doing dark things, especially to a specific person, I'd always advise seeing somebody, to talk to a psychologist, for example, because that then does become a risk factor for acting on those dark fantasies. But up to that point, if it's just a fleeting thought or something that sort of in one day you have these thoughts, that is totally healthy, I would say.
And also I think it's useful to simulate or think through what it would take to say no in that situation. Meaning, once you're able to imagine yourself doing evil things, you have to imagine the difficult act of resisting. A lot of people think they would resist in Nazi Germany. Well, most people didn't. And there's a reason for that. It's not easy. Same reason. I've seen this. If something bad is happening on a public street, most people, it's the bystander effect. Most people just stand there and watch. I've seen it once in my life. Yeah, this is humans. So it's actually, you want to simulate stepping up.
Yeah, so it's also been called the heroic imagination. So someone who has studied evil, quote unquote, at length is called Philip Zimbardo. He did the Stanford Prison Experiment, and that was an experiment which has now been torn apart in various ways. It was absolutely influential for psychology. It's where participants were randomly assigned whether they would be prisoners or guards in a mock prison experiment, and then for a number of days they were told to do various things. And it got out of control, and the guards went way over what they were supposed to be doing, and they effectively started pseudo-torturing some of these inmates, or these pretend inmates. And the whole thing had to be stopped prematurely, but it was really fundamental in showing how just by randomly being assigned into guard, the person in charge, or inmate, you can within a matter of days have a completely different way of thinking about one another. And so Philip Zimbardo has also spoken at length about evil, and that all of us are capable of it in the right circumstances, but he also is a big proponent of what he calls the heroic imagination. And the heroic imagination is really what the purpose of everything I do is. The purpose of what I do isn't just to go, ooh, this is curious, and to stop there. The point is to then prevent it. And to prevent it in ourselves, because that's, I think, ultimately what has to happen. You can't do a top-down, sort of government-level approach to trying to be so tough on crime that no one will ever commit crime. That's impossible. But you can change, sort of to say it in a tacky way, the hearts and minds of individuals to recognize the pathways towards evil and to go, wait, I'm off track. I don't want to go this way, and I'm going to stop myself here and here so I can find my way back. And so the heroic imagination is exercising that. If I see someone on the street, how do I make sure that they're okay? How do I not become a bystander? And actually the bystander stuff is interesting because there was a really famous case, the murder of Kitty Genovese, and there were all of these both ear and eyewitnesses. So an ear witness is someone who just hears things, and an eyewitness is someone who sees the crime happening. And they didn't intervene in the murder of this woman. And so this case was often taken as this almost example of, look how terrible human beings are. We just walk by, we don't care about what's happening to strangers on the streets. And actually what's happened since is that there's been lots of other bystander experiments, and they have not substantiated this. So we need to be very careful with looking at these extreme cases and going, how horrible that this happened to this one person. And it is, but that doesn't mean that that's always how it happens. And so actually what we find in bystander research is that most of the time bystanders do intervene. It's just when there has already been a crowd that has accumulated, you read the room and you assume, well, nobody else has intervened yet. And so it must not be a real problem. That desire to not stand out in a negative way is often what hinders heroicism. I mean, that's why we look at heroes, people who especially risk their own lives to save others, especially strangers. We see them with a sort of respect that nobody else gets. And that's because we recognize that we might not be capable of that. If I saw a stranger drowning in a river, would I really risk my life jumping in the river to maybe save them? I think that's a big question mark. And so when people do that, especially when people almost have this inherent reaction that they just jump in, they just go for it, that is something that is a really admirable quality and that we as humans do celebrate, and we should. And I think often we should celebrate those incidents more and not the bystander moments where we didn't intervene. We should be normalizing intervening.
And again, this idea of heroic imagination, actually simulating, imagining yourself standing up and saving the person when a crowd is watching, they're drowning. To be the one that dives in, tries to help. You mentioned 70% of men and some large percentage of women fantasize about murder. And I also read that you wrote that recidivism for homicide is only 1 to 3%. So that raises the question, why do people commit murder?
Murder is a really interesting crime because most of the time it's perpetrated for reasons that we don't like as a society. So as a person who talks a lot to the news and also to producers who are trying to make true crime shows, who don't necessarily have a deep understanding of psychology, let's just say, and who come at you with myths where you go, oh no, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about whether or not the mom is to blame for this person killing somebody. I hate that. That's one of my least favorites. Sort of the trauma narrative of all people who do terrible things must have had a terrible childhood, I think is really problematic. What really happens in murder most of the time, which is not what you see on TV because it's really boring, is it's a fight that gets out of control. And if you look at the real reasons stated, it's things like this person owed me $4, and so I killed him. This person stole my bike. It's these really stupid reasons. And it is just this bad decision in the moment, an overreaction to a fight, to an argument. And it wasn't planned. It's not some psychopath sharpening their knives, waiting for months to try and kill this person. And we don't like that because there's something called the victimization gap, which is that the impact of this extreme situation on the perpetrator, there's a huge gap between that and the impact on the victim and their family. So the victim loses their life, whereas the perpetrator, sure, they get imprisoned, but that at best, right, if you will, in terms of justice, but they don't have the same kinds of consequences. And we don't like that. We like things that have extreme consequences to have extreme reasons. And so that's why I think there's this real desire to show serial killers and to show people who are in fact planning murders for a really long time and then engage in them, rather than this fight that goes out of control, or someone drink driving, or someone who is, unfortunately, intimate partner homicide is also one of those situations that is common, one of the top 4 reasons for murder as well. But that's not the almost glamorized version that we see of murder online, or that we see in the news. So I think it's always important to talk about murder as something that is rarely inherent to an individual. Very few people want to murder. They might fantasize about it, but they don't want to go through with it. And very few people who do engage in murder wanted to do it in that instance, never mind again. I think in general, we have the way that we look at lots of crimes upside down. So we put murderers in prison for a really long time because we think that that's justice, which is, sure, that's one version where it's an eye for an eye, kind of, life for life. There's obviously the more extreme version of that, which is the death penalty, which I don't adhere to, but I could see the rationalization of, you stole somebody else's life, so you don't deserve to have one. But there's also the other side, which is if we're looking at prevention, murder is really, people aren't going to go out and murder again. So that's a really low risk in terms of recidivism, actually. And high risk are things like fraud and elder abuse and sexual violence. And so in some ways, sometimes our sanctions are upside down in terms of how we can actually make society safer, and they're in line more just with how we perceive justice to work. So there's big fundamental questions about how we organize our justice systems and what we want them to be for.
Can you just linger on that a bit? So how should we think about everything you just described for how our criminal justice system forgives? If they are very unlikely to murder again, how would you reform the criminal justice system?
I think forgiveness is up to the victims' families. And quite often when you speak with victims' families, there is this divide where you have some who are much more keen on something called restorative justice, which is where what they want is for the person to apologize, perpetrator to apologize, to explain how it happened. Also, quite often, you look at some of the other consequences in the other context, it's sort of like teenage boys who are part of gangs, for example, is the other context. And it's a teenage boy killing another teenage boy. Like, these are kids. And the parents of a teenage boy understand that. This isn't, they don't think of this other perpetrator as this grown man who has, I don't know, I think we think of it as this fight between the parents of both teenage boys in that case. But really, often what parents want is to just understand how this could happen, and in some ways to allow the other teenage boy to still have a life and to not steal theirs as well, or his as well. So there's that restorative justice model where forgiveness, I think, belongs to the families. Some families, of course, want the most extreme punishment. That's also, I can understand how that would be a response that's triggered if you've suffered a severe loss. But if we're looking to make society safer, putting people who've killed in prison is actually not the answer, right? Because if we want society to be safer, it should be based purely on what is most likely to deter crime and who is most likely to engage in it. And that's where I think we've got it upside down.
If I could just stick to the Bad People podcast. There's an episode on incels called Black Pill. Are incels dangerous? So are they dangerous? What's the psychology of incels?
So that episode was all about what it means to espouse certain kinds of views, especially about women, and what it means to be in an environment that is fueling the fire of, well, hatred of gender. And so, and the idea of entitlement. So I think one thing that we see often in crimes, of all sorts actually, is the sense of entitlement that drives the perception that I'm allowed to engage in X because of something else. And I deserve to have a life that looks like this, but I don't, and so I'm going to go take it, or I'm going to go do something to show my dissatisfaction in life. And so if you think that all men deserve to have a happy life, sort of a Disney version, with a woman at home who's taking care of the kids, and this is sort of white picket fence ideal that we've been sold. We have been told that that is what we should have. Like, I understand where it comes from. And the question, though, is, are we entitled to that, or is that the idea that that's something we should strive towards? And I think the answer is no, nobody's entitled to a good life. I would like to see freedoms and rights manifest in such a way that everyone is able to achieve the kind of life that they themselves want, but you're not entitled to it. And so that's where I think it can get a bit crossed, and we can be sold these lies that are basically impossible for everybody in society to achieve. And understandably, people get angry. And if you're angry, and if you feel entitled, and if you're in this group where everyone else is thinking the same way as you, yeah, that can make you dangerous.
And the internet gives you a mechanism to be your worst self.
And it can reinforce that worst self. You see other people saying, yeah, I feel the same way. Do you want me to help you?
Oh, the internet. So one more episode, you interviewed the lady, Cecilia, who got Tinder swindled. Can you tell what happened with the Tinder swindle situation?
So Tinder swindler, that was a person who pretended on Tinder to be a rich guy who had this lavish lifestyle, and he would match with women on Tinder and very quickly love bomb them. So he would send them all kinds of messages and immediately start being very emotional, very sharing, pretend that he's messaging from his private jet, or actually message from his private jet, but pretend that he's in love with this person very quickly. And then he would invite women, in this case Cecilia, to very expensive, luxurious dates. So he would whisk them away to Paris, or he would show them his private jet, or he would take them to a really expensive restaurant, almost to prove that he, in fact, is this really wealthy guy. And he would simultaneously be building up the story of a future together. And you see this in people who are really problematic in relationships in a lot of ways. I mean, this is not just in scams or in criminal settings, but problematic relationship styles often involve someone who is creating this idea of a future together, that you can just see it now. You know, our kids in the garden, running around. You're the only one for me. That kind of language, like almost planning your wedding on the third date. Mm-hmm. That kind of thing is what he would weaponize. And she, Cecilia, was looking for love. She wanted all of those things. And so it worked really well. And what he ended up doing is defrauding her of lots of money. And she ended up taking out loans, and her family were giving her money to help what he was saying was this critical situation, very classic fraud. It's a critical situation where he was being followed, he was under attack, and he needed her to pay for some things. He needed her to pay for some flights until she ran out of money. And then she realized that this all was a big fraud. This was a love scam. So the reason that we spoke with her is partly to show how it can happen. And I think it's really important to remind people that this is something everybody is capable of believing. Fraud works because people know what we want to hear, and they tell us the things we want to hear. And so I think all of us, there's a tailored version of fraud that could appeal to basically everybody if they have enough information about you.
Yeah, and by the way, now in modern day, AI could probably better and better do that kind of thing. So do the tailored version of the story that you want to believe. And love is a topic on which that would be especially effective.
Yeah. Because you're playing with people's emotions, and you know that they're vulnerable in that way. And most people want to be loved and want to love. And so it's a really manipulative way in. And I think it's really horrible, but it's also something that we all almost underestimate. So we think, I would identify fraud. I would know if someone's trying to scam me of money, until it happens to us, and then we go, oh wait, that did just happen. And then we get really embarrassed. And so I think talking about it is really important, and seeing it as not this thing that happens to dumb people. Because that is sometimes how it's framed. It's like, oh, such an idiot. She was so gullible. Was she? Or was she just a nice person who wanted to believe that this person was capable of loving her? Which I would hope we all are.
Yeah. And I hope she and others that fall victim to that kind of thing don't become cynical and keep trying.
Yeah,
you know?
That's right. That's right.
Those kinds of things can really destroy your ability to be vulnerable to the world. But I mean, it sounds like this same kind of thing is just commonplace in all kinds of relationships. That's the puzzle of it. It could be if you find yourself inside of a toxic relationship with the quote love bombing. It could be a lot of manipulative fraud type of things, right? Inside a relationship. It's a spectrum.
Well, and coercive control is becoming more of an issue, where that's when somebody, for example, in a relationship takes control of the finances. And that's often a man in a relationship. That's sort of traditionally, because it falls often along these gender lines. But the problem is if that person then starts to weaponize the fact that they're controlling the finances and starts using words like, I'm going to give you your allowance, instead of going, you've paid as much into this as I have, and so this is our shared money, and starts using that and controlling things and controlling how the other person lives in that relationship, that's when you get into things that are called coercive control. And things like jealousy can also be used in that way.
Is there any way out of that? Maybe the jealousy study? Or is this a vicious downward spiral whenever there's any kinds of signs like this? That means you're screwed. Get out. Or is this just the puzzle of the human condition and humans getting together and having to solve that puzzle?
I have non-traditional views on jealousy. I'm not a jealousy researcher, but I have done some research on sexuality. And I personally think that jealousy is basically always a red flag. Because what it means is that the person who is jealous isn't secure in the relationship. And the reason that they're not secure in the relationship is either because the relationship is wrong for them or because they are insecure in themselves. And I don't think it is a sign of love. I don't think it is a sign of, you want to protect your mate. I think it is mostly control. And it's the desire to control and to possess. And jealousy, we know, is a precursor to intimate partner violence, almost always. As in, not all jealousy leads to violence, of course, but all violence jealousy is a precursor. And quite a lot of that is imagined things that the partner is doing, not even based on reality. Then we go back to our deception detection research, where we're bad at telling whether someone's lying or not. And so if you're basing how you're interacting with that person on a faulty lie detector, you're going to make bad decisions. So the research also bears out that most people are really bad at monogamy. So most people either have cheated on a significant other, maybe not their current significant other, but a significant other, or have cheated multiple times. And that's just consistently found in the research.
So maybe there's justification to be jealous?
I think it's the other way around. I think monogamy is setting us up to fail. So I think monogamy is a social construct. That's a nice idea for some people. And I think that, at least based on the research on how people actually behave, they're not actually behaving in a monogamous way. If you're cheating on your partner, that is not monogamy. That is polyamory, potentially. So the love of multiple people. And it's lying, and it doesn't have to be that way. So I'm polyamorous, and I believe that you can love multiple people. I don't know that everyone is always going to meet lots of people at the same time that they're going to love. But I think that there's been a move towards more people embracing open relationships and non-traditional relationship structures. And I think that is healthy to at least have as an option. So I think the idea that there's this one-size-fits-all for relationships is really harmful to a lot of people. And it just doesn't really work for everybody.
Well, if we could just focus in on one component, it seems to me one of the problems is honesty as a hard requirement and good communication as another hard requirement. Because that feels like the prerequisites for avoiding all these problems.
And I guess with jealousy, what I'm thinking of is actually not an instance of jealousy. So where you have a feeling of, I feel left out, or I feel, it's more that sort of persistent feeling of, I am a jealous person. And that's where I would say that is usually a red flag. And you're right, it's a red flag partly because it means the person's probably bad at communicating, or you are as a couple. Like, it's not necessarily just jealous person's fault. Yeah. It's just that there's something happening in this dynamic that is bad psychologically, and that should be addressed, or maybe it's not the right relationship.
So the fact that a lot of people cheat, does that mean every single person that cheated, does that mean they're probably not going to be good at monogamy? I guess if you can just analyze all of human civilization as it stands and give advice that's definitively true for everyone.
That's exactly what psychologists do all the time. Yeah. We make sweeping statements.
This is great. No, I think it's really interesting because I see all those things as romantic, choosing not to cheat, you choosing to dedicate yourself fully to another person. And it's all this romantic, and then some people do cheat and your heart is broken, you write a song about it, and then you move on and you try to repair yourself and be vulnerable to another human being and all that.
Well, why deny yourself the beautiful spectrum of human experience? I mean, it's like eating one meal for the rest of your life. Like, why? You don't have to do that. You can have lots of beautiful people around. And
so for me, actually focusing on a single thing, you get to explore. You mentioned puzzle. Over time, you get to see the nuance, like the beauty of the puzzle. You realize that it's an infinitely long project to really understand another human being. And so, like, if you focus, you don't get distracted. So that applies. I'm a person, when I find a meal I really like, I'll stick to it for a long time. I'm definitely a monogamy person, I think. But that also could be a component of like where I grew up. You know, there's a certain cultural upbringing. Maybe my brain is not allowing myself certain possibilities, you know?
I think it's more that I want people to feel like they have choice. And that's the important thing. And I think all we see is monogamy everywhere, all the time. And it's this one version of how we can live our lives. And I think it's not the only. And I think that having conversations with your partner as well, especially early, it's harder to bring this up later on. But to have it early and say, you know, how do you actually want to structure your life? And I think, how do you want to structure your relationship as part of that? And especially if you're going to commit yourself to one person, one primary person, or one exclusive person, that's part of it. And I think then you also, you know, don't have to lie to each other if you do cheat, or you can talk about it in a different way if you feel like there's, you know, certain capacity to be honest about whom you're attracted to and how that might impact your life more generally.
So how difficult is polyamory? I think a lot of people would be curious about that kind of stuff. Does jealousy come up? Is it difficult to navigate?
Can be. I mean, all relationships can be difficult to navigate. I think it's the same. And the same risk factors. If you're going in because you're trying to fix something about yourself, you're going to have a hard time. Much like if you're dating a single person, if you're trying to fix something and this is going to be the solution to the thing that you feel is broken about yourself, it's going to be hard. But if you're going in coming from a good place and you're going, you know, I want to be open and I want to connect with people and I want to love people or person, then you're going to have a better time.
What's like the perfect polyamorous relationship look like? Can you really love multiple people deeply?
I think so. You can love people in different ways, and also you can love lots of people deeply, I think. And I think, again, it's so research on bisexuality, so I'm bi, has also found that people who are bi are more likely to be in non-traditional relationships. And one of the reasons for that is probably also because we constantly get asked to justify our sexuality as well. And so if constantly you're being asked if one person's enough for you, if one gender is enough for you, if you're in a relationship with one person, for example, you know, if I'm in a relationship with a man, do you miss women? And it's like, I don't ask you that if you're in a relationship with a woman, do you miss women? Like, you probably do, but that's just other women than your partner. It has nothing to do with being bi. And so I think there's this constant barrage of questions of what does it mean? Is it real? How do you choose? What does a relationship look like? Do you constantly want threesomes? Like, there's this constant hypersexualization also, especially of women, that we find in the research that can also lead to really negative outcomes for mental health and for things like risk of sexual violence. But on the other hand, you've got bisexual people themselves saying, yeah, but I feel like I also have the superpower that I can love more widely, and gender doesn't really matter in terms of whom I'm capable of loving. And so relationship structures almost come with that conversation. It's not that we need to be non-monogamous or that we need to be in these kinds of relationships. It's more that I think if you've engaged so deeply with your sexuality, partly society's forced you to, then you're also going to be thinking about relationship structures more generally and going, actually, I'm going to choose this one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, your like sexual preferences and relationship structure preferences, some of the choice has to do with how society is going to respond to it. So if you have to explain it every time you go to a party, you might maybe not want to do that or talk about it, or at least be open about it. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of annoying conversations you have to do if you're polyamorous, like some of the which you've mentioned. And yes, there's effects of like over-sexualizing the people involved. Yeah.
Or thinking they're lying. So with men, so I wrote a book called Bi, The Hidden Culture, History, and Science of Bisexuality. And I did that after I created a bisexual research group. So I wasn't a sexuality researcher, but as a bi person and a scientist, I was interested in the science of bisexuality. And I couldn't really find it. It was really hard to figure out what people were actually learning about bisexual people in comparison to other kinds of queer people. And one of the things I found is that the terms that are used are not necessarily bi. And so it could be things like plurisexual. So if you type into Google Scholar the word bisexual, you're going to get a lot of confusing things. Also because bisexual is used for like two sexes, where you have multiple sex or you can change. And so they're bisexual.
Right.
Yeah, which is different entirely. And so I think partly out of that, researchers started using words like plurisexual, and omnisexual is another one. And so if you're looking for research on this, plurisexual is probably the word.
What does omnisexual mean?
It's just the same. It's just another word where it's all. Sometimes pansexual is also used. And again, the idea being that it's all genders.
So how should we think about bisexuality? Is it fluid, like day to day, month to month, year to year, fluid who you're attracted to? Or is it at the same time have the capacity to be attracted to anyone or attracted to everyone? What's the right way to think about it?
I think the right way to think about it is that I'm not attracted to most people, but I can be attracted to people regardless of gender. Much like you're probably not attracted to most people, but you are attracted to people of a certain gender maybe. And so it's the same as being heterosexual in terms of potentially my pool of people who might be interested in. It's just that their gender is irrelevant.
What's the biggest thing that people misunderstand about bisexuality?
The biggest thing that researchers find people misunderstand about bisexuality is that it's a phase, and that it's this idea that it's transient, that it's always changing, and that it's a stepping stone. So I think a lot of people still see bisexuality as on the way to gay town. Sort of like you're on your way, but you haven't quite committed, and you're still stuck in expectations of society. You haven't quite let go yet, but really you're gay. And that's especially true for men. And so when you look at research on bisexual men, which is actually how the research started. So I think now when we think of bisexuality, we think of women. And it's true that today, twice as many women identify as bisexual as men. But if you look at the history of this and the research on bisexuality over time, it was the other way around. So someone called Alfred Kinsey was one of the first sexuality researchers in recent history, certainly. And he, after World War II, did this really big study of sexual behavior in the human male, it was called. He was a biologist himself, and so he thought in taxonomies, and he was doing research on gall wasps, so insects. And this idea of human sexuality was sort of thrown at him after the war, because there's also this whole move to get people to, reproduce and to rebuild America. And so sexuality was partly, and sex specifically, was becoming more of an area of interest, both in terms of research and in terms of policy and funding. And so Alfred Kinsey was asked, do you want to do a class on human sexual behavior? And he was like, I know nothing about this. And so he spent about a year listening to students' questions about what they want to know about sex. And he realized that he was looking for research to try and build up this course that he was probably going to teach. And he realized that he couldn't answer most of their questions because the research hadn't been done. And so a lot of the questions were around what is normal? If I feel this during sex, is that normal? How often do people have sex? Should I want these? What about these fantasies? What does it mean? What if I have homosexual fantasies? What if I engage in this kind of... And so he was looking at all of these questions and collating them. And then he went out and did these huge studies. And he interviewed thousands of people himself, but also had all these research assistants who were out there interviewing people in America about their sexual behavior. Which, just picture the time. So the 1940s. This is quite a conservative time. Certainly more than we might expect now. And here's this researcher asking incredibly personal questions about thousands and thousands and thousands of people. And he ended up finding, and this is one of the big findings, in this book that he published called Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, which was a bestseller for an entire year. He sold out auditoriums. They had to sometimes add the room next to the room he was in because there was so much desire to go to his lectures about sex that they had to connect radios to other halls to give people enough space to sit down. He was basically a rock star. And again, I think this challenges a misconception we have about sexuality, that we think of it as this sort of woke thing now, that the rainbow flag and all this stuff is sort of this modern invention almost. But this is the 40s. This was happening. People were going to these talks. People were having these conversations. And he created something called the Kinsey scale. And so the Kinsey scale is from 0 to 6. And he found that it was not useful to apply a binary to people's sexual desires and sexual orientation. It was more useful to put them on a continuum, because most people were not exclusively homosexual or exclusively heterosexual. Most people were somewhere in between. And so 0 was exclusively heterosexual tendencies, and 6 was exclusively homosexual. And he would place people based on all the things they told him somewhere on the scale. And about half of men were somewhere in the middle, not exclusively either, and about a quarter of women. Now think about the time.
That was a very conservative time.
Well, and it's post-war though. So I think that mattered as well. So there's something called a homosocial environment, which has nothing to do with being gay. That has to do with being in a situation where you are with people of the same gender as you. So a homosocial environment are things like prisons, where you only have men or only have women, war, which at that point they just had. And so you have a lot of men who are exclusively in the company of men and maybe looking around going, well, now that my options are different, maybe I'm going to choose from this pool. Anyway, so he found that it was that way around, that a lot of people have these fantasies or actions that they've engaged in. And then there were other researchers, other male researchers, who found similar things. And then at some point in the 70s, it swapped. And it felt like maybe more men were identifying as gay. And there were maybe less people who would have called themselves bi. And suddenly this became a thing more for women. So I think that there's some social things going on, there's some research things going on. But actually, bi men have been studied for a long time as well.
Okay, so you said a lot of interesting things. So there is a difference between the truth and the socially acknowledged thing. So there's social elements. I don't know, this might be anecdotal, but I know a few women, friends of mine who identify as bisexual. I don't know a single guy friend who identifies as bisexual. They're either gay or straight. So there's still a social thing going on.
Definitely.
Right?
Definitely. And I think that research consistently shows that bisexual men are more likely to identify as gay or straight.
Okay.
And gay, well, depends. So if they have what you might refer to as a homosexual lifestyle, so they engage in sort of going to queer parties, maybe go on Grindr or other gay apps, that would be much more a lifestyle thing, where you've embraced and you see this as part of your identity, that you are part of this queer community. It's much easier to say you're gay than you are bi, most often. Also because there's queer phobia within the queer community. And so you might get gay men saying to a bi man, come on, I was bi once, that's a classic, I was bi once, or come on, you're actually gay. It's the same that you get the other way around with bi women, is that because it's seen as performative, the idea being that bisexual women are doing it for attention, but the attention of men specifically, that, well, they're all going to go back to men anyway, and they're just doing it. It's a phase. It's this thing that they're doing actually to be sexy to men, not because they're actually interested in women. And so there's this lesbian bi thing going on, which is often quite hostile. Not always, but often. And there's this gay male bi thing that going on, which is different in nature, but is also potentially hostile. So in both, saying you're bi can be problematic, but for men more so.
Do you like the Kinsey scale as a sort of very simple reduction to that there's a spectrum? I also saw the Klein sexual orientation grid that has a few parameters, like who you're attracted to, how you're actually behaving, the fantasies you have, social preference, lifestyle preferences, all that kind of stuff, self-identification, what you actually say publicly, all those different dimensions. Or is the Kinsey scale like pretty damn good approximation?
The Kinsey scale is a good start. And the Klein grid, I think, is much more fun in some ways. So the Klein grid came out of research by Alfred Kinsey and others like Havelock Ellis, but we won't get into him. And Fritz Klein was a male researcher doing research also on bisexuality. He was specifically a therapist, and he was looking at people who were struggling with their sexuality. And so people would show up in the 70s and 80s in his practice, and they would say, I'm struggling with my sexuality. And he would say, how can I help you? And they would say things like, I wish I wasn't interested in men, and I'm a man. And he would then work through sort of what that means. Does that mean you don't want to have these feelings? Does that mean that you don't want to have these attractions? Does that mean that it's the implications of like how your friends and family will see you? That's the problem. And so he created this much more complex scale, which I think is really interesting for everybody to do, no matter what their sexuality is. Because what it is it gets you to think about things like, your sexual identity, easy. But not just that, but in past, present, and ideal. And so if you say, well, I used to identify as straight, now I identify as bisexual, and then I have in my head, this doesn't mean that other people think this, in my head, I have an ideal, which could be straight, because that's what maybe society's told us we should be, but it could also be something else. And so I've also had friends who've gone, past, present, straight, but ideal bi. So you get into these interesting dynamics where sometimes people just wish they were a different sexuality than they were for other reasons. And then there's other things in the scale that ask about your lifestyle. So, for example, if you are going to parties, queer parties, if you have queer friends, then you might have a homosexual lifestyle, even if you're straight. But then, again, it's how much lifestyle would you like? And so for me, that was a real moment where I was looking at that going, wow, my lifestyle is really straight. And maybe I need to change this. And so he was using these attractions and fantasies and identities and the past, present, ideal to help people to think through all these complicated feelings we have around their sexuality and to identify problem like sticking points.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So maybe the presumption there is if everything is aligned, the fantasies, the ideal partner, all of those things, that's probably the healthiest place to be.
Right. And so he would look at especially the ideal and the present. And if those were different, so if you said, I wish I was bi, but I'm straight, or I am bi, but I wish I was straight, or I'm homosexual and I wish I was straight, he would say, let's talk about that. And he'd try to work through it. And the term he used for bisexual people who were uncomfortable in their own sexuality was being a troubled bisexual. And so I think any sexuality can be troubled. I think you could be a troubled straight person, a troubled homosexual person, a troubled asexual person, and just thinking about why and which aspects are maybe missing, I think is really healthy for people to do.
Meaning there's some puzzles that you haven't quite figured out. Maybe you haven't been honest with yourself about your preferences, all that kind of stuff.
I don't really like talking about honesty with yourself. I think it's a high bar. And I think it's also often weaponized against people, especially by men, whereas this idea of you're not really being honest, you're actually gay. And so I think this idea of we're not being honest with our own sexuality, that's a big word. I think it's more that maybe you haven't had the right framework or the right words to think about aspects of your sexuality that are troubling to you.
How obvious, when a person is bisexual, how obvious is it to identify, like, the sexual orientation grid? Like, how big is the sign, whatever you are?
I think the sign is smaller than we think it is. I think that there's this tendency to assume that sexuality is something that we find and keep and consolidate from our teenage years, maybe early 20s. You maybe get university thrown in, but if you get your experimental years in undergrad, but then you kind of have to choose. And that is a difficult requirement, I think, for a lot of people, because you can't possibly know all of the things and all the people you might be interested in at that point. And we change in every other way. Why wouldn't we change in this way? So I think giving ourselves also the ability to reappraise where we're at with our own sexuality, our own desires, our own relationship status, all these things is important to keep us happy and healthy and to not run into issues that we know are faced by a lot of homosexual but also bisexual people. Like, research has found that bisexual people are more likely to self-harm, they're more likely to be the victims of sexual violence, more likely to be isolated, more likely to be stalked. There's lots of different aspects of being bi that are negative, and the reason for that is mostly because bi people are least likely to be plugged into the community. So when you're going through stuff like this and you feel different and you're constantly being asked about your sexuality, if you're open about it, or you're hiding it, that's also troubling, you're going to have these negative consequences, especially if you don't feel like the queer community is really a place for you. So that's where also finding your people really matters.
Since we're on the topic of sexuality, one of the things you touched on in your book on evil was kinks, sexual fantasies. I think the point of describing that was that we often label that as evil or bad. What can you say about what you've learned from kinks and sexual fantasies from writing that book?
So the reason I included kinks in evil and sexual conversations in general is because it is so often thrown into the same conversation. So if someone comes to me and says, Julia, I want you to help me explain why this person killed this other person. And they'll often say, did you know that he or she was also into insert kink here, or insert non-traditional relationship structure here, or insert whatever. And I respond to that by going, okay, so? And I think people use these words like, oh, he was really into BDSM, and think that that's going to have this really important impact on me. Or, ooh, they were swingers. And so, and again, I go, yeah, that's almost like, and in other news, they were swingers. It's like, that is not related to this crime at all, unless, one of the partners was killed. But people see this as a defective character. And kink is very much seen as a defective character in many circles, especially in broader society. And that is wild to me, because if you look at research on sexual fantasies and kinks, a lot of people have at least one. So a lot of people, BDSM being the most common, are engaging in or interested in BDSM. So things like choking, or things like restraints, or being degraded, or doing the degrading of other people in bed, consensually, of course. That is something that a lot of people fantasize about and a lot of people engage in. And so these kinks and these fetishes, they are much more commonplace than we sometimes think about them as. Now, on the other hand, we obviously need to be careful not to assume that because in pornography, BDSM is almost ubiquitous, it feels, that means everybody wants this. That is absolutely not the case. But we also don't want to marginalize it and say it's almost nobody. It's somewhere in between. And the main thing is always just to ask and to have open conversations about what it is that people actually want in bed and to make sure you have things like safe words. So, putting in the restraints to make sure that these interactions are safe and consensual, and then being able to explore. And I mean, there's everything from, pup play, where you dress up as a puppy and you engage in either just general frolicking or sexual behavior, to other things like blood play, which is when you pierce the skin to release some sort of blood. That can be scratching, that can be cutting, that can be of yourself or your partner. That can be this idea of, I don't know, it's this taboo thing you're doing together, and it's sexy in its own way. And so everybody has their own versions of what they find attractive. And rubbing up against people, sort of unsuspecting, pretending that someone's sleeping. There's this wide range of things. And I think people also feel often deeply ashamed about the things that they are interested in. And I think that is also really sad, because it makes it more likely that people are going to not be able to live that part of themselves, and also that they think there's something wrong with them. And that can spiral into things like, am I evil? Am I bad? Am I a bad person because I have these fantasies? And that ties in, unfortunately, with homosexuality and bisexuality, in the way that certainly historically and in most parts of the world still today, these queer lives and queer identities are still villainized. They're still seen as lesser, as bad, as a sign of a defective character. And if people see that within themselves, they're going to think differently about themselves, and society is going to treat them differently. So it's all about destigmatizing.
I really liked what you wrote about, I guess it was in the context of BDSM, or maybe sadomasochism, or maybe just the submissive dominant dynamic, like why that might be appealing, the disinhibition hypothesis. I guess this applies generally to sexual fantasies, is if you live them out, that you could just let go of all the bullshit that we put up in normal society, that you could just be all in, fully present to the pleasure of it.
Right, and that's what research has found on fetishes, especially on BDSM, is that the reason that people say they like it, I mean, it's hard to explain why you have a fantasy, but if you go into the finer questions and really dig deep, you can find that people will explain a version of, well, I can really let go. And I don't have to, if someone is telling me what to do, then I don't have to make any decisions. And I've spent all day making millions of decisions, and I don't have to in this context. And I really like that because it's freeing. And so that's that disinhibition hypothesis, is that the reason that we often go to things in the bedroom that in other contexts we don't like or even find repulsive. Like, I don't, in normal life, potentially want to be told what to do. But maybe when you move into the bedroom, you go, yeah, but this is a different context. And I kind of want the reverse of what I want in my day-to-day life. And so I can also understand, like, furries and that sort of completely living as another species of it, even, it's a really interesting psychological phenomenon of release and of letting go of social pressure.
But I think that also applies to, because you mentioned submissive, that's more straightforward to understand. I think that also applies to dominant. Because, like, yeah, you don't have to walk on eggshells. It's the clarity of it. That was really interesting. Like, having read that from you, that really made me think that there is a deep truth to that, to, like, being true to whatever the sexual fantasy is. Like, it's not just the fantasy itself that's appealing. It's the being free, in some sense.
It's the being free, and the juxtaposition there is that you are free because of the fiction. Like, you're play acting, but it's touching something deep inside you psychologically. And so that's where it sort of feels weird, but it also makes sense. I mean, this is also why we like fiction, because it allows you to maybe be somebody else, have someone else's thoughts in your mind for a while, and you really get to live it as that for a bit. So I think, yeah, the truth and fiction sort of circle is always an interesting one.
So you know, for researching the bi book, the bisexuality book, what have you learned about sexuality in general? Human nature kind of sexuality, and how it's practiced in terms of different communities, and I'm sure there's like subcultures and stuff. Yeah. What have you learned?
So the research on human sexuality, I think, is interesting because we keep finding that people have these desires that they feel weird about, that they, unless they have a community or an app that you can go to live those fantasies, they can feel quite troubling to the individual, and they can make you unwell. And that's true whether it's about your sexuality, so being gay and being unable to live as a gay person, or if that's wanting to engage in BDSM and not having an outlet for that. So that can just make you unhappy. So I think that the stigma there is that unhappiness is going to lead to some sort of horrible manifestations of crime. I think that is mostly nonsense. But it's more that I'm concerned about the mental health consequences for the individual who's unable to explore those sides of themselves. And in research on kinks and sexuality, it's just about also making sure that we have visible representation of certain kinds of communities, and so that's one of the reasons I ended up writing Bi. I came out in Making Evil. Making Evil is the UK title, Evil in the US. I came out because I was writing about all the things we associate with the word evil, and homosexuality certainly is one of those things.
You came out as bisexual, yeah.
Yeah, I came out as bisexual, and I came out as bisexual in the book. And I did it specifically, and I wrote it this way as well, because I was talking about the importance of visibility and how it's through visibility that you realize that the people around you, people you already know and love, are part of this community that otherwise feels other, it feels foreign, it feels abstract, and maybe it feels scary. But if you realize that actually you've got gay friends, or you've got friends who are into certain kinds of fetishes, or you've got friends who are whatever sexuality sort of aspect you're talking about, you suddenly go, oh, it's going to be much harder to dehumanize these people. And this is where all of this kind of comes for me from a really sad place. You could talk about Bi as this project of love and how I was finding the community. I was trying to write something that would sort of bring us all together. But it's also because I'm constantly terrified that my rights are going to be stripped back. And we know that the laws around homosexual behavior and the rights around bisexual people as well, they're in flux. There's no straight line of acceptance. And just because right now I happen to live in a time and place where I'm allowed to be openly bisexual and I can engage in homosexual activity, that doesn't mean that that's going to stay. Not even necessarily my lifetime. And so I think, much like writing Evil at a time when you're not at war and you're able to think really deeply about these important issues, I think we also need to be thinking about things like sexuality and other issues that are important to us. And if we want to preserve our rights, we need to normalize these issues and make sure that they're visible so that people find it harder to dehumanize those communities. And so I'm always terrified that bisexual people are going to be hypersexualized, dehumanized again, and that there's going to be laws against basically just who I am.
Did you hear from a bunch of people after making Evil After Evil, the book and mentioning and coming out in that book, and then writing the Bi book that are bisexual? And maybe what are some stories? I'm sure, because I haven't seen much material on it as you spoke to, so I'm sure they felt lonely without a community, right?
Yeah, a lot of people felt seen by the book. So it was really beautiful, the fan mail I got and the sort of responses to the book. And I got them from all over the world. And so in the book, I also spoke with some researchers who were stationed or doing research in countries where bisexual behavior specifically is illegal or homosexual behavior was illegal. For a long time, bisexuality was, especially in women, homosexuality in women in general, was sort of seen as, it was a blind spot. Because what counted as sex is sex with a penis. And so women can't have sex with one another. And so a lot of laws around homosexuality are specifically applying to men. And certainly historically that's the case. So we're talking about like sodomy, and that involves men and not women. And so if you look at the evolution of laws, for a while women were kind of, it was socially not necessarily acceptable, but they were kind of getting away with it legally. But then, more recently especially, as bisexuality gets more visible as well, certain countries have started writing it specifically into their constitutions and specifically into their laws, that bisexual identities and behaviors are also seen as problematic and illegal. So again, these laws change all the time. But in terms of fan mail, especially from people in countries where homosexuality and bisexuality are illegal or are seen as problematic, are socially condemned, that was particularly important. So that those people were particularly writing, saying, sometimes also saying, can I translate this into this other language on the DL, on the down low, and just distribute this to my friends. I had people sending me messages saying, I'm at X airport or in X country where this would be considered contraband, this book. My book is a banned book, fun fact.
Nice.
It was banned. I sold the rights to a foreign publisher, and right after it was sold, the laws changed, and they sent me this really sad email saying, unfortunately, we can't publish your book because it's now considered part of the gay agenda, sort of promoting gay and homosexual lifestyles, and so we can't publish it anymore. But I take a little bit of pride in the fact that it's a banned book, but I find it really sad, obviously, as to what it means. But it also makes me feel like it's more important, and that's what people were writing to me about.
What advice would you give to young people, or just people in general that are trying to figure out their sexuality or how to speak about their sexuality?
I'd say try and read widely on issues around sexuality. Books like mine, but also other books might help you to navigate whether or not what labels there are, and also whether or not those labels are good for you. I think things like the Klein grid are really helpful, especially for people who are more analytically minded, like you and I. I think it gives you a construct to work with and numbers to work with, and that can be really helpful to try and go almost seeing your sexuality as a mathematical equation. And I think that can be quite useful. And if that's how you think, then look at the Klein grid and see if that helps you to navigate things.
A bit of a tricky question, but what are the pros and cons of coming out publicly as a non-standard sexuality? Was that from a recommendation perspective? What are some benefits and what are some challenges?
So the benefits are that you can, live authentically. You can just be yourself. So I do feel more free in who I am and who I'm able to sort of be online, for example, now that I'm out. And because I came out after in my 30s, I think also it was almost a foot in the door technique as well, which is the psychological technique of first coming in and then coming with your big ask. And so I'd already published 2 books.
Yeah.
I was already an established scientist. I think if I tried bi first, I A, wouldn't have been able to publish the book. It was the first mainstream book on bisexuality ever. And B, I don't think I would have been taken seriously as a scientist. And so having the other stuff first and then bi is sort of a side project that was acceptable. But I think the other way around wouldn't have been.
I think it was still brave. I think you mentioned somewhere, maybe in an interview, that there was some concern of being sexualized when you covered the topic of sexuality.
There still is. But I actually find that it's done the opposite most of the time. So I think as a woman, especially a young woman who's in the public eye, you're sexualized anyway, unfortunately. And so that is and was already a huge part of my online experience. And actually, I think coming out as bi, you get sort of allies who suddenly are like, we're on your side, we're going to help you fight sort of the hypersexualization. And people get almost more weird about it in a good way. They get a bit quiet about it because they're like, oh, well, now it's an identity thing. So maybe I shouldn't comment on what she's wearing. And it almost disarmed some of the more sexualized comments. So for me, I have to say it was mostly a positive experience.
The incels didn't know what to do with it.
Exactly.
Just to go back to the beginning, maybe, what got you interested in criminal psychology?
Well, if you look at my trajectory into academia and then through it, basically what happened is I was ready to go study art. That's
Nice.
what happened. I had my portfolio ready to go. I was going to go study art at undergrad, and then my grandfather intervened and was like, being an artist is a really hard life. Maybe you should reconsider.
What kind of art? Sorry to take that tangent.
Painting.
That is fast. I would not have expected that because you're so super analytical.
Yeah, I am, but I really like surrealism, and I really like messing with sense of reality, which again is obviously something that then wove its way into my academic work. But he was also right. I mean, I've always been very intellectual, let's just say. I skipped a couple of grades in school. I was part of the chess club. Like, it was very much, I was the clever kid. And so, but there's also part of me that's just like, but art is beautiful. I love making art, and it can speak to so many people. Anyway, my grandfather convinced me not to do it, and then I applied instead for psychology. Although at that point you just had to say social sciences. You didn't have to yet specify, but I knew it was probably going to be psychology. And the reason for that was because my dad has paranoid schizophrenia. And so I think one of the reasons I'm so obsessed with this idea of what is real, and that is in every way. I mean that in terms of what is real in terms of perceptions of right and wrong, what is real in terms of our own memories of the world, what is real in terms of what happened in a crime, what is real in terms of perceptual abilities and neuroscience, what is real. I mean that in every way. And I think that's because I grew up with someone who had a unique view of what is real in real time. And so seeing that, I think, just affected me profoundly, because not only was it very destabilizing in terms of my upbringing, but also it's just in your face that people quite literally are seeing and hearing different things from you. And to not jump from that to what else are people perceiving differently than me, I think would be almost like a missed opportunity. And so I went to study psychology partly to understand that and what was going on there. And then that took me down the sort of reality hole. And honestly, the reason I went to criminal psychology, because I could have gone into any other, the criminal psychologists were the most fun. I feel like lots of psychologists, they took themselves so seriously. And I couldn't. I was like, this isn't the vibe. And so the criminal psychologists had this gallows humor. They were doing these, like, arguably the most serious of the crimes and the cases, and yet were somehow having fun and having nice lives. And I saw myself and I went, well, I want to do this version. And so I did.
Yeah, it's great to hear that criminal psychologists, because probably they have to really, more than any other subfield, confront the reality of the mind.
And it's often quite procedural. So I'm also much more interested in applied sciences because I like the idea of, what do we do with this information? And the thing that interests me most from a research perspective, I did my PhD in false memories, so implanting false memories of committing crime, which was the study that ended up going viral because I was the first to do it. And I built on a history of people implanting false memories of various kinds of other emotional events. But it was the first time that someone had combined false confessions research and false memory research. And so that was the research of Elizabeth Loftus and Saul Kassin. So false confessions was Saul Kassin and false memories was Elizabeth Loftus. And I was just doing them both at the same time. And the question was, could you get people to believe that they committed a crime that never happened and confess to it? And not just that, but believe that it actually happened, so remember it. And the answer to that, in short, is yes, you can, especially using specific leading and suggestive interview techniques. And so the procedural learning from that, which is what I'm most interested in, that's sort of a party trick to be able to actually do it. And that's just so that you can then take that and go, okay, well, how do we prevent this? And so I've since trained police, lawyers, I've trained people at the ICC, the International Criminal Court, who deal with collective memory, so they deal with hundreds of witnesses at a time in war crimes. And the question is, how do we try to preserve as original as possible memory without contaminating it? Because, or at least without contaminating any more than it already is. And that's where social psychology I think excels is that we have done lots of research on how social settings change what people say. and to some extent what people believe. And I think that's also where actually the leap to things like AI, I think, is not far, because ultimately the way that we're engaging with large language models is that, and generative AI in general, is that it's structured as a social interaction, structured as a conversation most of the time now. And that is what we do. That is literally what I train the police on doing, is how to make sure that you don't distort people's memories in the process, and how to ask good questions. And so you get confabulations from both sides now. You get confabulations from AI and from the people. And the problem is that there's a third thing, which is the in-between, that I'm not sure is getting enough attention right now. And I wish that there was more integration of social scientists like me and people who do investigative interviewing and have done it for decades to understand what is happening in the in-between, and so that we can both teach the people and the AI to respond better in that situation.
I mean, that's really interesting. Are you saying that there's a drift of some kind in terms of on both the AI and human side when they're interacting together that we need to be very clear about?
Yes. There is what we've created with Gen AI is basically the ultimate false memory machine. We have created a tailored experience of something that is most of the time telling you what it thinks you want to hear, and then it's uncritically giving that to you. Or, I mean, sometimes, of course, there's, other things where it's sort of appraising whether or not this is truthful or not, but it is giving that to you, and there's no safeguard from you just going, this is truth, and this is my past, or this is how I remembered it. And the problem is that not only is AI potentially distorting people and their memories, and never mind the factual basis on which they're relying, but it's also the other way around, is that potentially by asking leading or problematic questions, the people are changing how the AI is creating the content, which is in turn, on some fundamental level, potentially having an impact on how it's discerning truth from fiction. And so that's where the false memory in human minds and confabulations in AI, I think, are much more similar than we think. And when I first saw AI confabulate, hallucinate, I was like, this is what people do all the time. It's just that we can't fact check them all the time. We're not in a conversation constantly being like, well, is that quite right? I'm going to use that for my homework, right? So it's both juicy and really troubling.
Well, right now the interactions are pretty ephemeral. They're short lasting, and there's not really a deep memory to the interactions. But this could get a lot worse if the AI is personalized to a degree where it remembers things about you, so that it can then start to, over many interactions, feed the narrative about your past that you construct together with the AI over time.
But you don't even need that. So this is what we find in investigative interviewing, which is police interviewing of witnesses and suspects, is that all you need is a leading question or a suggestive piece of information in a short interaction. Most police officers don't spend a long time, and they have no memory of this person's past. They know basically nothing about them except for things related to the crime. And yet we know that within that very short, maybe half-hour, 1-hour interaction, people's stories can change fundamentally. And the problem is that if you have a memory of something, that when you pull it up, in that social interaction, it's sort of live. It's like active. Mm-hmm. And when you then finish that interaction, it sets back down. And the thing is that if you put it back in a different way, what's going to happen is the next time you're going to remember the latest version, and you might not realize that it's shifted. And so over time it can shift and you don't realize it, and that's your truth. And that's where even just short interactions can have a profound impact on the human mind.
Wow. You can modify memories that quickly.
Yeah. We do all the time in experiments.
Okay, can you speak a little bit more to false memory? So that's just fascinating. So things happen to us, we humans do things in the world, and then we remember them. And most of our lives, I guess, is lived in memory and remembering the things that happen to us. And you're saying that we can modify the story we tell about the things that happen to us. That's fascinating. So what do we know about this ability to have false memories?
We know that false memories are common, that they're a feature of a normal, healthy brain. They're not this glitch. They are a feature. And we know that false memories are incredibly common in terms of, if you think about basically any memory. Now, I'm interested in autobiographical memories. This isn't memories of facts. This is memories of experiences, things that you've lived in some way. And of those autobiographical memories, basically every single autobiographical memory you have is false. The question isn't whether it's false. The question is how false. You're despairing over there.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's both beautiful and terrifying, right? That nothing is real.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying that everything has a degree of falsehood to it. And this is where sometimes I'll get accused of being like, oh, but does that mean we can never use witness statements? I'm not saying we can't use any witness statements. I'm just saying that we need to be careful, because even if people say things with confidence, it doesn't necessarily mean they're true. Or if they have multisensory details, they're describing in very specific detail what they smelled, what they heard, what they tasted, whatever. It doesn't mean it's necessarily true. Most of the time, our autobiographical memories are good enough. And that's where memory scientists talk about this as gist memory. Our gist memory for events, much like for text. You get the gist of it, right? You're good enough. You generally remember accurately, approximately what happened. But it's when you get to the so-called verbatim details, the specific details of memories, that you find people are often really bad. Now, most of the time, that doesn't really matter, because you remember you hung out with a friend, you remember you were at this university, you remember approximately what your favorite cafe was, you remember this important negative or positive event, fine. You don't actually need to know exactly what you were wearing and drinking and saying. But in a criminal justice setting, you do need to remember exactly what you were drinking and saying and doing, right? And so that's where we have this need to break down this human capacity for memory to this level of detail that it's just not made for.
So that's where the verbatim stuff can get you into trouble, because with criminal cases, I suppose the tiniest details really matter, because then the lawyers can like really zoom in on that particular detail, and then you can just make that up. And then the interrogation with a leading question, as you were saying, can just alter your memory of a particular detail, and then everything will hang on that detail.
Right, and if that particular detail is someone's face, then that's a really big problem. And so, and it can also be an entire false memory. So this is where, in my research and in research like mine, we've implanted, memories, what we call memories or false memories, of experiences that never happened at all. So while most things are modifications of real memories, false memories, complete false memories, are when you think you experienced something that you didn't. And we all have them. We all have some memories that can't be true. And we usually realize them, for example, when we talk to our parents about our childhood, or when we talk to friends and we say, remember that time we did this? And your friend will go, that happened to me, that didn't happen to you. And you become what is known in research as a memory thief, where you've stolen somebody else's memory and you've accepted it, or your brain has accepted it as your own. And that's possibly because the other person told it in such vivid detail that you could imagine it. And basically your brain was like, well, this feels real now. And so the next time you thought about that, maybe not the next time, but maybe after a couple of times of thinking about it, you started going, this happened to me, right? And then you integrate it into your autobiography.
How hard is it to insert false memories?
Not hard. It's very easy to distort memories or to insert small false memories. It's harder to convince people of entire events, especially specific events, and this is widely debated, exactly how easy it is to implant a specific false memory. It's also one of the big debates around my own research, is that when I was writing The Memory Illusion, which was my first book, and the research that was in line with that, there was this huge debate between me and a couple of other academics about what it means for something to be a false memory and how we should talk about the ease with which they're implanted. And that is still one of the biggest scientific debates in our field. And to me, I think that's, so the coding stuff is about the difference between what some people call a false belief and a false memory. So I think this thing happened, or I remember this thing happened. And that is a really difficult differentiation of, because all we have as social psychologists is what you're telling me. And I can ask you, do you think it really happened or not? Do you believe it really happened? But it's really hard to differentiate. And so I've always thought that you need to ask people about the specifics, like how confident are you in this memory? Do you feel things in this memory? Does it feel like other kinds of memory, right? That sort of describe the nature of this experience, rather than being like, do you think this is a real memory? Because that's a hard thing to ask people to do.
So you want to get indirectly as many signals as possible to show that they actually believe the thing happened.
Or that it approximates a memory in their minds, that's right. Rather than just a thing they think kind of sort of happened.
Yeah.
But other people think that it's an easier to differentiate line. So for me, it's almost impossible to differentiate the two. Other people think it's more clear. And then in terms of the frequency, so in my research, 70% of people became convinced that they committed a crime that never happened or experienced another important emotional event. And that number as well is challenged in that people go, well, does that mean that 70% of people can have false memories like this? And the answer is no, obviously not. That's just in my sample. That's just these specific 6 false memories. And it could be that I think 100% of people are prone to some version of this, just maybe not in this specific study, right? If I had to come up with different false memories to implant, or if I was a different person myself and people trusted me differently. There's, again, those social factors that make it more or less likely that I'm going to be able to convince you that something happened in your life that you can't remember. And in one study, obviously I can't capture that. But it also doesn't mean that 70% of the time people are, it might be 1% of the time or 0.1% of the time that people have these complex false memories.
I guess you're just speaking to the fact that, you don't know how representative the sample is. But even with one study, that's a crazy, that's incredible.
Well, it's not just representativeness. It's also that we shouldn't take individual studies in that way.
Sure.
Like, I'm not saying that 70% of people always have false memories either. Like, it just means in this one study, more people than not develop these complex memories.
What was the methodology for implanting the false memories? This is so cool, by the way. Human memory is so fascinating. And the fact that we can engineer memory,
it's good.
So
and it's
interesting. It's also really interesting that we live so much of our lives in memories.
Mm.
And that you can mess with that. You can shape it. It's interesting.
It's mostly, I think, a good thing that we can shape it.
I think so.
I think the fact that memory can be false in the way that I do it in my study it's a result of the fact that our minds are made to creatively recombine information to solve problems in the present. And so even the fact that we have this gist memory, it's because we're optimizing data processing. We're basically saying these are the most important things from these events. And the other details are irrelevant. Don't remember that. Gone. And now I'm going to work with that to try and solve what life comes up with. And the ability to be creative and intelligent relies on our ability to take memories from the past and pieces of them and to creatively recombine them. And so that's what false memories are, except that then can look bad if you're trying to remember something specific. And so in my research, I used leading and suggestive questions like close your eyes, picture the event that I'm trying to implant. So I was implanting, for example, you're 14 years old, you were in contact with the police called your parents, and you assaulted someone with a weapon. And then the question is, what do you remember? And you say to me as a participant, because you've been selected out to specifically never having had this experience, and just to be clear, a weapon, I don't mean a semi-automatic weapon, I mean anything. And usually it was a rock. And so people would say, because a weapon is just anything you use to hurt another person. And I did the study in Canada. We don't have guns in the same way as in some other parts of the world. And so it was unlikely that my participants would have been like, yeah, I totally have all these guns. And so they would take something, an object, and hurt somebody else, or they stole something, or they hit somebody. So those are three of the conditions. And I randomly assigned people to them. And they knew that I'd contacted their loved ones ahead of time. So they were participating in a childhood memory study, an emotional childhood memory study, and they knew that. And then I contacted their parents ahead of time to get information about what they were like as teenagers, where they lived, friends, basic things, and to make sure they hadn't ever experienced any of the target events. And then with that information, I said to the participants, okay, so there's these two things your parents report happening, and one of them is a true one. And so I'd always include a true one to build rapport, which is, I'm doing the what not to do of interviewing, right?
Right.
I'm laying it on thick.
To see what's possible.
To see what's possible, because you have to push it to also show that that I can do this in this context so that we can warn police to not do this. So I said, we had these two incidents that your parents reported, and one of them was you had a skiing accident, blah, blah, blah. Let's start with that one. The second one was an incident where you were in contact with the police. But we'll get to that. So we'd first have 20 minutes talking about the true memory, which people, they're getting going. It feels good. I've got a structured interview as well, which I'll then mirror in the false memory. So it all feels very legit. And then we get to the second memory, and I say this, this other important memory that your parents recalled. And then they'd say, I don't remember that. And I'd say, oh, okay, but I have this really detailed account. All you have to do is remember it. And then I would do the illusion of transparency, which is a really powerful psychological tool, which is to make people feel like they know what's going on when they don't really. And the thing I would do is just say, well, if you want to, we can do this memory retrieval technique called this imagination exercise. And I don't like to call it repression, but sometimes we hide away memories that we don't like about ourselves. And I'm using words that people know and mechanisms that people have heard of that are, frankly, quite disputed in actual science. But people go, oh, well, maybe I did repress this. And then everybody says yes. Like, technically, they could say no. They could say, no, I don't want to do that. But they go, yeah, of course I want to know. And so I do this imagination exercise where people close their eyes, very simple, and just imagine what could have happened, basically. And every time they say a detail, my very first detail ever, I remember this because I was so excited. So they've got their eyes closed, right? And I'm right next to the head of department because they were worried, because I was a PhD student, that, the ethics of it, the consequences, like it took years to get the protocol through ethics and to make sure it was safe. Anyway, I'm grinning as the person with their eyes closed says the most trivial detail. I remember a blue sky. Mm-hmm. And I remember going, it's working.
Did you know what's going to happen at all?
Oh, no, I had no idea.
That's so fascinating.
And so from the trivial details, and I'd always say, yeah, good job. social reinforcement, little treat. And they would remember more and more details, and then they get more specific. And then they tell me who it was they allegedly attacked or stole from, where they were. And those details had to come from them because I don't know enough about their lives, right? So this is the other thing with false memories, is it's basing it on lots of real pieces of memories. Real places, real people, real feelings. They're just woven together in a way that never happened. And so just 3 interviews, and you've got 70% of people confessing to a crime that never happened.
First of all, great study. Great job all around. To what degree has this been sort of elaborated on and proven further since? It's a super powerful idea, whether it's 70% or any kind of percent.
What I wanted with the study is just to show it's possible.
That's really the powerful thing, that it's possible.
Right. And so it could have been 2 people and I would have been happy. The fact that it was so possible was frankly quite surprising to everybody. And we did in fact cut the study short because we told ethics that we're only going to have like a 13% hit rate. We're like, oh, this is working really well, we're going to stop.
Yeah.
And that was just because of how power calculations, whatever, science, because science. And since then there have been other studies on implanting false memories. There have been ones also using AI tools, so like whether or not we remember or think we remember incidents differently or better if they were created with AI images of ourselves or videos. So there was a study that came out, I think it was this year, by a team including Elizabeth Loftus, which showed that if you turn photos of yourself into videos using AI, that you are more likely to believe that those things happened in the way that AI is telling you that they did, even though AI has absolutely no idea. And that then you are more likely to remember it with high confidence that it happened in the way that this AI has created it. And so we can see that there's lots of versions of this, whether it's interpersonal social interactions or interactions with tech. And there's a big replication that's happening right now at the University of Maastricht of my study, or is about to happen, hopefully, actually, is where we're at.
There's a lot of questions I want to ask here. One of them, doesn't this mean that at scale you can have something like a government use propaganda to mass gaslight a population? So implant false memories using AI, using whatever tools they have.
Yes, that is definitely already happening.
That's terrifying. Is there anything you've learned about defending against that?
Yeah.
I guess knowing that first step is just knowing that it's possible. That's already a very powerful piece of knowledge.
That's right. So the first thing that's important is for people to understand that they are capable of creating these false memories and that they're not this really unusual, hard to generate thing, that they're actually a normal memory process. And that insight is why I wrote The Memory Illusion, is because I think people need to just understand that their minds work like this and that they're really glitchy when it comes to the accuracy of their autobiographical memories. But again, that's probably ultimately a good thing as well in terms of our overall human experience. But then what happens if you do have an important piece of information that's important to not being distorted, right? You are a witness of a crime, for example, and you now know that this is going to be important. What do you do? And the really simple answer is don't trust your brain. Just make sure you write it down. Assume you are going to forget everything. Assume you're going to forget, no matter how important, how emotional, how intense, how much you say to yourself. This is a failure of prospective memory, it's called. I will remember. You won't. Just assume that you're not going to remember. And the closer you get to the time at which an event happened, and we call this contemporaneous evidence, the closer you get in time, the more high quality that memory is going to be. And I think there's this myth sometimes that like if you're drunk or if you're high or if you're really emotional, that's somehow you should wait. You should sort of like go home, sleep it off, and then recall your memory. That is not what the current advice in memory research actually says. It's in the moment, as soon as possible, write it down, record it outside your brain. You can do it again when you wake up, but then at least you have an original version. Yeah,
you use the analogy of a Wikipedia page for memory. I think it's a pretty useful way to think about it. It's kind of crowdsourced by all the different influences you have, all the different experiences, all the other people, you telling other people about the memory, that interact, all of that edits the page, the Wikipedia page of your memory.
It does, and collective and individual memory are these really interesting, they interact in a really interesting way. So I would always say, so when I train, for example, people who go to deal with warlords in the German military, I was working with agents who are going abroad and who are in these really difficult situations where they had to remember a lot of information that was important for national security. They couldn't just sit there with a tape recorder being like, hey, or like their phone being like, hey, Mr. Warlord, can you just talk into this a bit closer? You can't do that. And so you have to remember it. And so what they were doing is they were coming back from their deployments and they would meet up immediately and have like a team meeting to be like, what did you remember? What happened? And the problem is that they would do that before writing their notes. And that is the wrong way around. And so they don't do that anymore because I've told them not to do that anymore. But it feels good. It feels like collectively we are going to remember more details. Because you do, but it doesn't mean that those details are right. And so that's where I'd always say, have your own version before you talk to anybody. Then, and my colleague, Dr. Annelies Freideveld, is one of the experts on the effect of things like eye closure on memory and collective memory. And she has found repeatedly that if you remember things together, especially if you've already got an original version of your own, you do usually remember more details. And especially if you are helping each other to remember, like in a relationship, you'll have someone who's better at remembering certain kinds of details, maybe names or what happened or what you were doing, and the other person's better at when it happened. And so you can have these complementary memories that come in social situations, and you can then have more details that are remembered after.
Right, but there's conflicting forces here, so that's true, but also, as you said, it's true that together you can weave a narrative that never happened. So together you can solidify the thing that actually happened, maybe if you take notes beforehand. But at the same time, if you don't take notes, you can just make shit up very effectively together because you're like yes-anding the whole time. Like building together a castle that's false.
Or distorted.
Distorted.
Yeah. But you can also sometimes go back to your original account and go, actually, no, that was a bit wrong. And so as again an analytical person and someone who works as an expert witness on memory cases, I just want to see all the versions. I want your version history. I want the complete version history of your memory. And then I can tell you whether I think things have gone wrong here, and if so, why.
Have you seen like different versions of memory and they're really conflicting? Mm-hmm. Like what have you learned about memory from that? They could be very conflicting. People explaining the same experience and it's very different.
Well, there's different people having very different memories of the same experience.
Yeah.
And there's the same person having different memories of the same experience. And so I work in both in some ways as an expert witness, but mostly in the individual changing their story in a dramatic way.
Yeah.
And so a witness or an alleged victim saying that they, having X story the first time they go to the police, and then 3 years later having a very different, sometimes categorically different account. And the question is, were they just too shy initially to say what really happened? Were they under pressure from other people? Were they not really remembering? Why has it changed? Or could it be that they have undergone some really problematic hypnotherapy or just shady therapy in general that has convinced them that things were maybe much worse than they initially remembered? And it's not that therapy therapy can bring out more details for sure. But the problem is that certain kinds of therapy mirror what we do in false memory research in terms of implanting false memories. And it just makes it really messy. And it makes the quality of the evidence really low because we can no longer tell what is because of the therapy and what's actually remembered.
This is so fascinating. What are the ways you can possibly figure out which is true? The thing you remembered initially or the thing you're now remembering 4 years later?
Receipts. That's all you got. You have to look at your original versions. If you only have your version now, the only thing you can look for is evidence that confirms or shows that it didn't happen. If you can't access that, then it ultimately is a matter of, especially if you've got two people saying completely different things, it ends up being a battle of confidence ultimately.
This is a tricky question, but you mentioned therapy. It does seem like what therapists do is they want to find a problem and they can then just project the problem and then convince you the problem existed. So how do you know, is therapy even an effective... It takes a very special therapist not to implant, right? A trauma that never happened or details that never happened to a trauma that did.
It depends on the kind of therapy. So there's a lot of therapy that is evidence-based and that is very much focused on tackling sort of feelings and reactions that you have right now. Then there is an area or a bunch of areas of therapy, including psychoanalysis, which are very focused on trying to find retroactively sources of mental illness in your personal past. And I am very critical of the kinds of, both from an explanatory perspective, but also from a false memory perspective. I don't think that we are the way we are because of individual incidents that happen to us. I think that is a wild thing to think about the brain. To be you are the way you are because of this one interaction you had that one time is maybe this explains a tiny bit of you, but what about all the other life experiences you have every single day? And so I think that there's sometimes an oversimplified searching for answers or sources of problems that we have that I don't like. I don't think it's true. And I think that there can be an uncautious approach to memory, as you were saying, where you have someone who is saying things, and your role as the therapist is to help them manage their emotions now and to feel better. And that's the other thing, is that they have a very different role than I do. The therapist is trying to manage the person's well-being now. Whereas I am looking at the evidentiary quality. That is I'm almost like, not quite the other side, but I'm in a very different role.
Well, you just want the truth.
Well, I'm criticizing / analyzing the memories. Whereas the others, the therapists, are more likely to be trying to help them manage the memories in their day-to-day life. So it doesn't matter if they're true or not to therapists. What matters is that they're troubling to the people themselves. But once you get into a courtroom setting, as you say, the facts and what actually happened matter. And it's not just what you remember, it's what actually happened.
Maybe you can speak to the non-courtroom setting. Because this is all, the positive side of it is you can basically shape your memories to be happier. I mean, I find this in myself. Maybe you could speak to that. If I, look at past relationships, if I just think about, or maybe speak to others about the positive things, really think, like, I focus my mind on the positive memories, and then everything just becomes more positive. And I think it makes me feel like I'm way happier about my past. So there must be something to that, because I almost start to forget that the negative stuff happened. And then the same thing on the flip side is, if you focus on the negative, then the negative stuff just overpowers everything else, and you have a very heavy negative feeling about your past. So that seems like the way to live a healthy life, a happy life, is just to focus on the positive. Not to sound cliche, but like basically modifying your memories continuously, that everything was just great. Is there something to that?
Well, the essence of that is right. There is something called state-dependent memory, which is that you're more likely to remember things that were consolidated or created as memories if they match the state that you're in now. So if you are sad now and your brain's sort of just going, you're more likely to remember other sad times, because your memory and the emotional state of your brain is basically already activating those networks of sadness. And it's like, here's some other sad things and shitty things that happened to you. And it's the same with if you're embarrassed. That's the sort of classic one that we usually use as memory researchers. Is that moment where you do something embarrassing, and for the next 6 hours, all you're thinking of is all the other embarrassing things you've ever done. And it's like your brain is like, would you like some other embarrassing stories? And obviously you're going, no thank you, please stop. But you have this spreading activation, as it's called, of just these synapses just like lighting up new networks, and you're going, and there's this other memory that's attached to the same feeling. And so it's the same with happiness, is that people who are happier tend to remember more happy memories. And so most of the time, unless you're depressed, most people look back at their lives with this sort of rosy reminiscence bias, and they're more likely to remember the positives than the negatives. But it's not quite the way you were describing it, actually. So it's not quite that you only remember the objectively good things that happen. It's more that your interpretation of the things that you've experienced is either neutral or positive. So for me, for example, growing up with my father with paranoid schizophrenia, that is something that I see as a net positive. So obviously at the time it was experienced in a complicated way, but in hindsight it defined my life, and it completely gave me a perspective of the human mind that I just wouldn't have had otherwise. And so I see that as a positive part of my autobiography. And that is what good therapy should be doing, is it should be taking negative experiences and not overwriting them or changing them. I mean, our brains do that naturally anyway. But trying to work with what you've got, the experiences, the true experiences, but then just shifting the emotional content so that how you're dealing with them now is good.
How much of what this Danny Kahneman type of idea that we live a lot of our life in memory? Like, it's not, there's the direct in the moment experience of a thing, and then there's remembering that thing over and over and over and over. So there's like, I don't know, getting married or whatever, like some pleasant thing that if you, over a lifetime, the pleasure you derive from that thing is disproportionately. Most of it is from remembering the thing versus experiencing it. Is there something to that?
I think so. And his experiments where he asked participants if they were offered this holiday that they could go on, but they wouldn't remember it. So they'd have the present day experience of enjoyment on this holiday. It was a tropical vacation or something that he'd offered people. And he then said, well, but you're not going to be able to remember this. Would you still go? And a lot of people say, no, I wouldn't go on that holiday if I can't remember it. I think that's interesting. And I think that sort of picked or it didn't happen. So the social media generation obviously is perhaps even more in line with that also in terms of how you deal with that in a social context, sort of sharing those memories with others and those experiences, and which experiences end up being the important ones in our lives.
Yeah, there's a real case to be made. There's this kind of ridiculous thing that happens now. Whenever something cool is happening, people take out their phones and film it. But the case for that is that, yeah, this gives you actual something to look back at, that it's worthwhile to take a picture, actually.
Although it's even more worthwhile to pay attention. So attention is the glue between reality and memory. And so if you're using your phone to not have to pay attention and not have to put any work into remembering it, then you're going to look at that picture later and go, what was this? Because you've tried to outsource it in a way that our brains don't work.
How hard is it to modify memories from a neuroscience perspective? So if you look at brain-computer interfaces like Neuralink, for example, do you think there's a future where we're implanting or modifying memories directly?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what we do as human beings already. And I don't see why tech couldn't do exactly the same thing.
To speed that up. So right now we can do that with language, right?
Yeah.
We just talk to each other and modify them, and we just speed that up.
Language, but also think about it yourself. So you can, it's called auto-suggestion. When you suggest things to yourself, it didn't happen. And that often comes from reading something or seeing something or thinking about something or hearing somebody else's story and going, does something like that happen to me? And then you start picturing it and thinking about in what context it could have. And then you start to basically implant a false memory in yourself. And so that can happen as well. And I think with things like Neuralink, it would be the same, where you'd have the ability to do that. But again, I still think that this interaction between humans and AI or AI-like systems is the same as a social interaction, which is why I was saying it's so important, I think, that we have social psychologists in the room, because ultimately, whether it's an AI or another person, it's the same brain that you're modifying.
So what you're worried about there is that you become untethered from reality, like you fabricate too many details about the memory. Like if human is interacting with AI and AI is telling the human what they want to hear, are you worried about over time you start to just have a very overly modified version of your past narrative?
I'm not necessarily worried about the fact that AI and generative AI can create false memories. That is, again, something we've also been doing for a long time. Like modified photos is something pre-AI that we had that was already messing with people's minds. Even just what you have in the frame of a shot. So if you take a holiday snap and you're omitting like a really important part of what actually happened on that holiday because you're taking a picture of the nicest part and not the garbage behind you.
Yeah.
That is going to have an impact on your memory as well. So versions of that have always existed. And historically, if you go even further back, I mean, in some ways, we've never been closer to facts than we are now. There's this whole idea of like, oh, we're living in this post-truth, blah, blah, blah. But that is not true. I mean, we didn't even know how to write for a long time. We had no way of reliably cataloging information, never mind the scientific method, never mind reliably sharing it with one another or fact-checking quickly with things like Google. So, I mean, we're so close to facts. But that, in some ways, I think is the worry, is that we've gotten comfortable feeling like we can just access things that aren't modified or that are less likely to be modified, and now they're more likely to be. And that can interface with our memories.
So just on a practical, is there like a protocol for self-modifying memories so you can live a happier life?
There is, yeah. It's called cognitive restructuring. When you actively, deliberately change an aspect of a memory, usually for some therapeutic outcome, so to be happier, to be better in some way.
That's really interesting, right? Like not just for if you have some kind of issue, but just how to have a life well lived.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, it totally works. I mean, I do it all the time. It's about thinking about experiences you've had, positive or negative. Usually the negative are the ones we need to work on more. And thinking instead of, wow, how terrible was that? Thinking, what did I learn from that? What has this given me that other people haven't experienced? What is it that it taught me about who are my friends? What are these insights that I've won from this experience? And so I think that is an important part of resilience that we ideally need to celebrate and teach more than the opposite, which is hanging in the negatives.
That's probably really good for relationships too, right? Together you form the collective memory. And you work on that. You can just fabricate or modify towards the positive.
Well, with relationships, one of my favorite research on memories is that if you ask people in relationships who does most of the housework or who does most of certain things, the numbers that they give you, so like someone will say, I do 60%, the other person will say, I do 50%, and you add them up, that's more than 100%. And that's basically always the case. And on lots of different fronts, people will claim that they do more. And if you ask them how much their partner does, they will diminish it. And so one of the tips I always say for relationships, in terms of memories, is actually just sharing what you're actually doing. And so initially it feels a bit cumbersome because it's quite unnatural to be like, I've just taken out, the rubbish. I've just taken out the bins. Or I've just booked us a hotel. But saying it out loud means the other person's able to perceive it and then can add it to sort of their internal star chart of how much you've done in the relationship. And they're more likely to actually perceive what you're contributing. Whereas we just assume that people have the same memories we do. And that they of course she remembers that I took out the bins. But not necessarily. She might not even have really perceived it. But if you're reminding each other of all the things that you're doing, it can feel more balanced over time.
This memory is just so fascinating. Is it possible, this is a little bit outside of the topic of false memories, but is it possible to train memory? Like, what have you understood about memory? Like, can it be improved?
Yep, it can be improved. And there are now some really good brain training apps as well that can help to get people to work better with attention, to have NBAC tests, so remember information, a couple of pieces of information back. So what did I tell you 3 sentences ago? There's all of these kinds of, games, effectively, that you can play that will, in fact, train how your brain is using its networks. There was one that was developed by researchers, including researchers at the University of Bonn in Germany, and it's called NeuroNation. And that's one that I like because it's all these really short games. And the idea is that doing one thing like Sudoku or whatever, those sort of classics to train your brain, that is only going to be useful up to a point because it's then the same thing over and over again. And what you want to be doing is lots of different kinds of tasks so that your brain has to remain flexible. And so short and many is the answer rather than one thing hard.
Nice work patching up those pipes. They need new valves too, though. Luckily, a shipment of those should be sitting somewhere along railway territory. Find and install them along the pipeline. Then we can forget about this pipe business for now.
It's almost the opposite of expertise.
So in doing this regularly, like keeping your mind sharp. That's interesting. I'm terrible at remembering names.
Me too.
Is there a trick to doing that?
I don't know, because I'm also terrible at remembering names. Allegedly, there are tricks, and it's mostly to make the information more sticky by making it a bigger network in the brain. And so usually when you hear a name, especially like you and I, it's like gone immediately.
Yeah.
And that's partly because I'd like to think the positive of that is because we're focusing on other things about the person.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
what do they like? What do they, what's this next interaction going to be? Maybe you're a bit nervous about what they're going to say or what you're going to say. You're already thinking a step ahead in terms of interpreting the situation. And it's quite an overwhelming situation when you first meet somebody because there's a lot to take in. And so if, however, a name is important, then you need to remember to focus when they actually say their name and tune out the other stuff, which can be really difficult. And then to give yourself a mnemonic of how do I remember this name? So you could have visualize something. You could have a weird name, like word game or some sort of like rhyme that you create for the person. You can say, Julia with the big ears, like whatever works for you as long as it sticks. Now, there's a caveat that I recently discovered about myself in terms of why I might not have particularly bad memory for names. All of these mnemonic devices that have been studied over the last hundreds of years mostly rely on creating elaborate pictures in your mind. So like memory champions, people who do competitive remembering, will tell you that they create these really elaborate images in their heads. I recently discovered that I have aphantasia. Aphantasia is the inability to create mental imagery. And so when I was trying these techniques, I was going, none of these are working for me. And it turns out it's because I don't see anything, whereas other people actually see pictures in their mind. And so I think there's some individual differences stuff going on there that we haven't quite understood.
So you're not able to visualize, like, can you imagine like a castle in your head and look at it?
No, so the memory palace idea is absurd to me.
Wow.
But the test for aphantasia is really easy, which is close your eyes and picture a red apple.
You can't picture a red apple?
And I just see black.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's a scale. So some people are phantasic, where they can have a really elaborate version of the apple. And other people have like a gray sort of outline, and I have...
Wait, how does your memory work? Like if you think about a past event, am I visualizing the past event? Or am I just...
Oh, that's the question. Or is it just a concept?
I might be operating in the space of concepts.
Because I do. And I think that's why I'm so interested in concepts and ideas.
Yeah.
Then we know that people with aphantasia are less likely to care about their childhood memories because they can't visualize them.
I'm trying to think if I can visualize people's faces from the past. I have a feeling like I can.
Ooh. But are you seeing anything?
Am I actually seeing it? I don't know. I think I actually reduced those people down to a few concepts about the characteristics of their face, and I might be visualizing the concepts. Boy.
Interesting, right?
Yeah.
And most people with aphantasia don't realize they have it until they have this kind of conversation. I didn't know.
I don't know if I can visualize the right apple now. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, because the memory palace thing has never really worked for me either. I tried. Interesting. Okay.
I have a hypothesis that people who are analytical are more likely to... I think it intersects with other things. Because a lot of my friends, turns out, have aphantasia, and I think there's a version of intelligence I think that it might be related to, or an interest in certain kinds of concepts that it's related to. But I don't know, because it's early days of research on this.
All right, this conversation totally is leading me to do some soul searching on many fronts. You have done incredible work across a number of disciplines. I mean, from sexuality to evil to memory. And now in your upcoming book, Green Crime, Inside the Minds of the People Destroying the Planet and How to Stop Them. Can you speak to the psychology of the people, the organizations that are killing Earth, as you described? Including illegal gold miners, animal traffickers coming who falsify data and bribe regulators to keep polluting, and many other types of criminals. Is their psychology similar to the psychology of some of the folks we've been talking about?
So the book Green Crime is really an experiment for me in whether we can apply chronological and criminal psychology ideas to the area of environmental protection and crimes, because there are people who are convicted of crimes specifically in relation to destroying the earth and our natural resources, our shared resources. I sometimes think about the earth as like a house, and if someone was coming into your house and just setting things on fire and then walking out unpunished, you'd be really upset, and correctly so, or poisoning your water, or just like leaving a bunch of garbage all over your house. And that's what people are doing on a planetary scale. And the question is, are we responding effectively? And if so, who is responding effectively? And then what is the adequate punishment? How should we deal with the people who we catch? And so in this book, the question was, are the people who are, for example, I used the Dieselgate Volkswagen case, which was all about lying about the emissions that were being produced by diesel cars, especially in the United States. And so Volkswagen, for 10 years, produced these cars that had what was called a defeat device, which is a specific device that makes it look like the cars don't emit very much nitrous oxides, but they actually were way over the legal limit for pollution. Now, why we should care about nitrous oxides is because there is no bottom limit of nitrous oxides that is healthy for the human lung. So basically any amount is bad for you. And it's related to things like asthma, it's related to things like premature death.
It should be around here somewhere, but it might need a bit of problem solving to find them.
Related to all kinds of negative immediate health effects. And this is what was being pumped out of these cars at wildly high rates, 40 times the legal rates in some cases. And they just lied about it. They just covered it up. They knew they didn't. Well, some of the people, there's a big debate within the Volkswagen people who've been convicted. A lot of people say, I didn't really know, I'm being scapegoated. Fine. People knew. The question, how much and who, that's up for debate. But certainly people knew because they had to create the thing. They had to literally create this piece of software to put into the cars. And then when they got caught, they lied about it. And eventually, the truth came out, but it was like 10 years later. And so the question is, what leads people clever people. These aren't idiots. These are like clever engineers who are literally working on emissions. Like they know exactly what these emissions do to people. They know exactly how harmful they are. What leads people like that to lie about it, to create these things, and to continue lying when they are caught? And so that is one of the cases I cover in it. And I'm looking at it more as a case study for this kind of crime, which is this sort of corporate collective crime, and the lying, and just what leads people in these settings to lie and to cover up each other's crimes and to conform to these new norms, these harmful environmental norms. And so I look at it in that way. And then in other chapters I look at, like, people go undercover and uncover poaching gangs. And there it's somewhat procedural, where it's more, I didn't know that there were undercover agents infiltrating poaching gangs. I didn't know that Interpol was involved in all of these kinds of environmental crime and how. And it gets quite exciting in some of these cases where you really see the people who are trying to hold people accountable.
What are the different ways to fight environmental crime that you described?
So what I found most interesting in researching for green crime, so I was speaking to people from the United Nations who are doing these huge research reports on things like the international trafficking and wildlife crime. I was talking to people who were infiltrating at the EIA, the Environmental Investigation Agency. It's like the sort of undercover police of the earth. And they're infiltrating these organized crime groups, these gangs that are involved in poaching and other activities. I was talking to this Interpol agent, and I think all of these people were talking about very different ways of measuring environmental crime and of responding to it. And so depending on who you talk to, the answer will be very different. How do we fight crime? And the answer is also very different potentially than in other kinds of crime that are more commonly discussed, like violent crime. So initially, when I started trying to apply criminal psychology to these really big crimes that are often also multi-level, where you've got bosses, you've got whether it's a corporate boss or an illegal gang boss, you've got the middlemen, you've got the people on the ground who actually have the guns who are killing people or animals or are logging or polluting. And then you've got sort of all these levels of people. And that makes it very different from the kinds of crimes that we often talk about in other kinds of true crime, for example, where it's sort of one person, maybe a couple of people, against one other person or a couple of other people. And so the scale is so tiny normally. And it's mostly violent crime, which is mostly, it's arguments, it's bad decisions, it's people who are frankly often quite vulnerable themselves, like substance using, people with mental health problems, people who are sleeping rough. Like these are not healthy, normal people most of the time who are perpetrating bad crimes. And yet in this context, in environmental crime, this is where I couldn't apply the research directly, you've got some of the smartest people in the world who are still engaging in fraud, who are engaging in the cover-up of financial information, who are creating shell companies in order to hide certain things for poaching, the proceeds of poaching. You've got people who are out there illegally fishing, and someone's insuring the vessel that has been literally registered by Interpol as a criminal vessel for 10 years, and someone's going, I'll insure that. And so you've got these really complicated other factors going on. But I thought that's what was so interesting, is ultimately stripping back each layer of each of these crimes and going, who is that person? Who is the person who's ensuring this? Who is the person who is out there engaging in illegal fishing on the boat? Who is the person who's financing the boat? Who is the person who's investigating, right? And so looking at all the different levels. And I think that's where you get some clarity. And actually at the end of the book, for me, I felt so optimistic. I went into green crime because I, like most people in the world, at least according to a recent UN climate survey, something like 85 to 90% of people in the world think about the climate crisis on a regular basis. Most people think about it every single day. This idea that there's this like minority of people who care about climate change, that's an illusion. That's not true. And if you ask people what the emotional consequences are of those feelings, people say things like eco-anxiety, anger, sadness, grief, that we're worried about the future. But what you want is for people to feel motivated, energized, purposeful about tackling one of the biggest issues of our time. And certainly by meeting all of these UN researchers, I went to so many conferences. You have no idea how many conferences I went to. I went to anti-corruption conferences. I went to wildlife crime conferences. I went to the specific meeting of multilateral agreements to see how people were negotiating in the room and the tensions between it. It was wild. It's so interesting. It's such a huge space, and it gave me so much hope for the future.
And actually the way you frame it very clearly is a crime against the Earth. Somehow that's more actionable. And it's less controversial and divisive because because climate change as a topic has become like a political issue, where it's like, is it really happening? Is it like, what's the right policies? It's nice to look at actual obvious criminals.
Yeah, where no one's debating, did someone just burn down this rainforest? It's like, we can see it. I was at a European Space Agency conference recently, and they're telling us all about the different satellites that are imaging, sort of pointing at the Earth rather than out into space, and that are imaging through all these different wavelengths exactly what's changing. And they're basically just chronicling how the Earth has changed over time. And a lot of these environmental crimes can be seen from space and can be measured. And so it's like, as long as you trust those data, the question then is, okay, so these crimes are happening, how do we stop them? And as you say, like, I was very much trying, I mean, you can't write a book on environmental issues and be apolitical. I think that's impossible. But I certainly was trying to look at it quite logically and go, here's a crime. We all agree this is bad. And these are people who've been convicted. This isn't just like someone who didn't do their recycling. Because also I think that an individual level is often detrimental. But these are huge crimes that cost us a huge amount of money to clean up, and that cost a huge amount of human health, and have these other knock-on effects, and are changing certainly the structure of our planet in a way that we can feel already. And so that is the purpose of the book, is to try and show that we actually have lots of laws already. We've got lots of enforcers. We've got lots of researchers on it from space and not space, looking at these issues, tracking them, and trying to hunt down the criminals.
So what can you say about how people end up doing bad stuff in a company when there's a lot of them? Are they bad people? Like, how do you get to that place where you, in a large collective, are doing something really bad?
So the psychology of environmental crime, I find, often boils down to the same kinds of things that we have already been talking about in the context of quote-unquote evil, where it's things like conformity, so doing what you think everyone else is doing, or know what everyone else is doing. So there's an industry where you know that lots of people are cheating or are fudging the facts in some way, then you both feel the need and also maybe rationalize the ability to also deceive. Because it's market forces, right? Like, ultimately, in a free market or even a controlled one, you've got these people who are just lying to everybody else, and they're saying we're getting to these X outcome by following the rules that everyone else is, and they're not. They're just lying to consumers, they're lying to the regulators, they're just lying. And then other people who are trying to be honest and, play the game clean, they see the success of this other company and go, well, we want to have what they have. And then they realize they can't, with the tech that exists, get there. And so what do they then realize is, well, they must be cheating. And so then they start cheating. And so it has this trickle effect of making everyone else fall in line with these, unethical practices that are unethical on so many levels. And then later you get these huge lawsuits because if you get caught, then everyone's upset. The investors are upset. The consumers are upset. The environmentalists, the lawyers, everybody's upset with you because you have committed this huge crime.
Yeah, I mean, you explain so many forces there, but even the simple force of social pressure, like very slight social pressure. I was just watching this documentary. It's based on a book, Ordinary Men, talking about the Germans in Nazi Germany that were taking part in the execution squads in Eastern Europe, and that they were given the option not to do it. And ultimately, most people decided to keep being part of the execution squad, even though they had no hatred in their heart, seemingly whatsoever. It's just slight social pressure. You don't want to be the guy that kind of chickens out. Just a little bit of social pressure, and you are able to very quickly dehumanize a large number of people and to murder them without any hate in your heart, without anything that could trivially, directly be identified as quote-unquote evil. Just normal people doing very bad things.
And you can be an emissions engineer with a kid with asthma and an old grandma who's struggling with her health and still feel like, yeah, I know that I'm creating these dirty cars, and yet I'm going to do it anyway. Because as you say, there's the conformity, the social pressure, the rationalization, and those are all very human experiences. And that's why also in the book, I always focus on, whistleblower is a big word, but like people who at some point actually helped to uncover what was going on. And that we're back to the topic of heroes. We're back to bystander effects. We're back to all of the social psychology and criminal psychology that we've been talking about this whole time, which is why I thought it was so important to apply that research to this context. And to say, okay, so now we've got these people who are willing to engage in these crimes. They know it. But there's also this moment of how do you get out of it and who is going to stop them? And back to the idea of heroes. And you do usually in these cases at some point have a hero, either an external one or an internal one, who goes, this needs to stop.
Do you have empathy for those criminals?
I have empathy for everybody.
Has that ever been in your life challenged? Like, where you had trouble empathizing?
Ooh. There is one context. So there is one context that I don't know if it's that I have trouble empathizing. I think it is I have trouble empathizing, and I just think it is I don't want to. And I don't know why this is the one thing, but I remember writing Evil, and I got to the section on sexual slavery, and there was something about that very specific issue of having women in particular in a confined area where you have often trafficked them and then you're forcing them to engage in repeated sexual acts, that the person who is running that.
It's tough for you.
I can't. That's like I know that I'm not saying that that's the worst kind of crime. I don't think it necessarily is. I just think for my mind, there was just you can't go there. I don't know how to empathize with that person.
Yeah, I probably have a bunch of categories of people. Stuff with kids. It's just like, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough. What gives you hope about this beautiful world of ours, about the future of human civilization, given all the darkness that you have studied?
I think the fact that there are people who study the darkness gives me hope, and that there are people who want to understand why we do bad things, myself included, but I mostly get to benefit from other people's research that I summarize into my books. And I think that the tech that we are now experiencing mostly also gives me hope, in that there's this whole new frontier of capacity to implement scientific findings if we want to do so and choose to do so. Like also even in memory interviewing, we were talking about the potential role of AI in distorting our memories. When I do corporate talks, I tell people the prompt that I use to use the cognitive interview, which is the best practices in memory interviewing. Because you can also tell, AI tools to do the appropriate kind of interviewing if you're talking about memory things. And I created a company called Spot in 2017, which uses, we're now building it out to be AI, but it's basically a tool to record important emotional memories and to share them as information with others. So that I've always been interested in how tech can help us to record important emotional events, like with Spot, Talk to Spot, and how technology can actually make us feel more human. So there's these capacities like memory that we're bad at, and tech can help us to overcome some of those shortcomings as long as we use it in a science-backed way rather than just sort of freestyling. I think the worry I have sometimes is that, as I've said before, we're sort of ignoring the social scientists entirely sometimes when building these systems, and it ends up becoming this engineering maths problem when that's not actually, in terms of the consequences for humanity, what it's going to be. And so I'm always keen on connecting social sciences and big issues.
Can you speak more to Spot? This sounds fascinating. So what's entailed in recording important memories?
So Spot came out of my going around the world and giving everyone an existential crisis. So I'd go around, and like with you, I'd say, look, our memory is really faulty, and here's all the ways it can lie to us. And people would go, oh no. And then I'd go, bye. And
that's funny.
At some point, I was like, maybe I should do something about this. And so I did. And so I went to I did a TED Talk, and I was invited to this tech conference called Founders Forum, which is this sort of meeting of tech founders and others in London, but in also a couple other places. And I was invited to this, and while there, I met the founder of Evernote, Phil Libin.
Cool.
And so I met Phil Libin at this event, and I was talking to him about my research on memory and how I've been wanting to implement or translate what I've been doing into something that could prevent false memories. And specifically, I was interested in creating an AI, or at least machine-administered version of the cognitive interview. So that's the neutral approach. It's already a scripted approach, which was helpful. So it's been scripted for decades, or a couple of decades. It's been scripted for decades as a cognitive interview. And when we train police on how to do it in places like the UK, it's literally just asking people to basically read a script that we have fine-tuned over the years. And what can do that really well? Well, chatbots can do that really well. And so together with Phil Libin and my two co-founders, Dylan and Daniel, I ended up co-founding Spot, which is talktospot.com if you want to check it out. And it ended up sort of pivoting into this general reporting tool for workplaces, where this was before Me Too, but it was the idea being that in lots of workplace environments, you have important emotional events that are really important to understand, but are really hard to preserve. And often you have this really bad evidence that you're relying on. Someone at some point sort of goes to HR and says something, and somebody else says something else, and you're sort of unsure as a company maybe who to trust, what's real. And so we were trying to streamline that. And so now Spot is a reporting tool for any kind of compliance issues. And so you can talk to Spot, it's called, and it is this chatbot interface that administers the cognitive interview and then creates a report that then gets sent, if you want, to your employer. So we work with like insurance companies, medical companies. We work with the bar, so all the lawyers in the UK use it themselves, which I always think is a real stamp of approval when the bar council is using your tool. But again, not bars and drinks, bars and lawyers.
Yes.
But
Thank you for clarifying.
just picturing all these like people like with flair throwing vodka bottles in the air. Not them.
Oh, they're great too, but yeah.
They could also use it potentially. But we've got people reporting like, someone left bleach in a machine. So it's like a more small memory. So it's streamlining reporting processes.
I mean, can you envision something like Spot being used for recording generally important emotional events, positive and negative, throughout your life? That seems like something the LLMs of today would really benefit from.
Yeah. Again, that's why.
Just so you're not just strictly looking at like compliance or in the context of companies.
So in the context of Spot, yes, it's just compliance and it's that. But I think in sort of private life and in terms of where I think this could go, I'm interested in all memories. And I think that important life events can be recorded. And I think the idea of having like grief bots and having things that have a representation of you or your loved ones, I think that's something that I like seeing in the future. I would.
Have you gotten a chance to work with maybe the Gemini team or OpenAI folks or any of them, Anthropic? It seems like they don't have enough people that think about this.
Well, I'm just waiting for an email.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get one after this.
I'm hanging.
Hit me up, guys.
Yeah, I'm hanging out with DeepMind folks. That'd be really fascinating to see. First of all, the proper cognitive interview. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. How to not lead. How to not to plant false memories. I don't think any of them are thinking about that.
I don't think so either. And then how to make sure that you're using that to help people to store contemporaneous evidence outside their brain. I just think there's so much potential that's being wasted right now.
Yeah. So the hope is the technology and that there's people being willing to empathize with all different flavors of the human condition. That's your source of hope for the future.
And to celebrate all the people who are doing amazing research and really cracking down on things like environmental crime, like spending their lives to fight specific kinds of crime.
Yeah, I like this Earth. I hope we fight for it. It's the only one we got, and I'm pretty hesitant to say that maybe in this galaxy we might be the only ones. So let's protect it. Well, what's your name again? Just kidding. Julia, this is a huge honor. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. I'm really glad we got a chance to talk. This was really fascinating. Your work is fascinating, and you're just a fascinating human being, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Julia Shaw. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, let me leave you with some words from T.S. Eliot. Most of the evil in the world is done by people with good intentions. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
I had a period of time after my divorce where I was really ambitious when it came to women. But then it felt like a job. Like it felt like a job after a while, where I was like, God, it's like enough. It's kind of enough. Like it's like when you've eaten so much that you just go like, ugh. I got that way with pussy. Like it really was like I just had enough. Like it was fine. I was like, this is great, but
well, when you're in your 20s or 30s, maybe your libido is strong. No, it makes you insane.
Yeah. I was not. Definitely was.
As we age, we mellow.
Yeah, which I think is great. Although I have to tell you, one of the most depressing divorces I ever did was a guy who was, I think, 92.
Oh, geez.
And what made it depressing is that he had left his wife of, 50-something, 60-something years for a younger woman, a woman in her 50s. And I just remember what was sad about it to me was this guy is still being let around by his dad. Like I thought, oh my God, like I'm going to be chained to an idiot forever. Like, I'm going to forever be led around by my dad. And I remember thinking, like, no, I really thought that at like 90 something, I would just, like, a beautiful woman would walk by and I'd go, oh, there's a human being. Like, there would be no...
You could appreciate it without...
Yeah, there would just be no sense of, like, yeah, you know, that would be gone from me. And this guy's proof that at 90-something years old and you're still thinking with your dick, like,
we're doomed.
That terrified me. It really did. It actually upset me because I thought at some point I'd get to experience what it's like to just be free.
You live in New York, where there's a financial industry. There's all kinds of industries here.
Oh yeah.
But to me, sometimes I wonder if female attractiveness isn't the highest valued commodity.
100%. 100%.
It is.
Yeah, of course.
Beauty, men are becoming rich and powerful in order to get a woman.
Of course.
The woman they want.
Of course. What an attractive woman. And when I say attractive, I don't just mean attractive, I mean even just sexually confident. I mean, what an unbelievably lucrative career that is. Like, I do divorces for people that, you know, a woman walks out with $200-300 million. He was an analyst at Goldman Sachs who built a hedge fund and then sold it, and then used his trading algorithm to build it up to $500 million. She was hot and slept with him for a while and then stopped and started sleeping with other people and playing tennis and having Botox, and she's going to get half. Like, that's fucking incredible. Like, do you know what he had to do to get that? And what she had to, I'll fuck that guy for $200 million. Are you kidding me? Like, that's insane. That's incredible. Like, and God bless. I mean, I'm not saying that this is the rules of the game, you know, but you can't argue that that's not easier than going to Harvard.
No, for sure. But then the payoff, the trade-off for that is that when they hit a certain age, the value decreases.
Right. But any stock, if you hold it too long, it's going to go down, you know, like, so play the stock the right way. I mean, and that's what I think, if we were a little more honest about the nature of male-female coupling, I mean, right now, we can't even establish what is gender, you know, we can't establish any of that anymore. So divorce is becoming incredibly hilarious and fraught.
Well, to me, what is, like, sometimes you have to stand back and look at things to get the real perspective on what it is.
Sure.
And sometimes you look back at marriage. So when was it invented? Like 2000 BC, roughly. And the life expectancy of humans back then was 18 years old.
Yeah.
And marriage was created for
land ownership
and things like that. And if you're going to die in your early 20s or whatever, then getting married at 16, 18 makes sense.
Well, I think there's a distinction that has to be made between pair bonds and marriage, right? Marriage is a government concept. Marriage is a contract. Marriage is a legal status. Pair bonds, right? Two people go in it together, you know, saying, hey, there's 7.3 billion people in the world, and the two of us, we're gonna lock up together and we're gonna try to hold hands and get through this thing.
Until we're 80 years old.
Well, until whatever, you know. I mean, what's interesting is, first of all marriages end. They end in death or divorce, but they all end. Like, every marriage ends. So it's one of the only things that you go, wow, I really hope this ends in us dying. You know, most things, that's not the desired outcome. But in marriage, you hope marriage will end in death. You hope that you will be together until one or both of you die. You know, but all marriages end.
But so, as a guy, as a provider, if you knew it was going to end and you were going to have to give away half your money, you might think twice about doing it.
Well, I think that's what makes being a divorce lawyer interesting, is that it's a lot of what a court has to do is disregard what happened in marriage. Because A, the truth is at the bottom of a bottomless pit. Like, you're never going to get there. Yeah, well, he's fucking his secretary. Right, because you were not sleeping with me. I have a client whose wife acknowledges she didn't sleep with him for 6 years. What did you think was going on if you didn't sleep with him for 6 years? So delegate. You've delegated that responsibility. If you don't want to have sex with him, that's okay. No one should force you to have sex with this person. Let him go have sex with someone else. If you don't want to do the laundry, hire someone to do the laundry. If you don't want to mow your own lawn, hire someone to mow the lawn. Delegate that responsibility. And this guy wasn't even sleeping around. He was going to those hand job places, you know, where you get a massage and get a hand. The most pathetic thing in the world, the most innocuous thing in the world. He didn't have a girlfriend, there was no love involved, he was getting jacked off for $50. Like, that's sad. Like, I mean, first of all, hand jobs, like, that's an outdated technology. It's like a Betamax. You know, like, who even does that anymore? But he was doing this, and he just thought, okay, that's fine. She had the indignation to say, he shouldn't be a custodial parent, he's a terrible person because he's doing this. And it was like, wait, how is that much different than going to a strip club? How is that much more different? Because we just, you know, he was like, well, should I deny it? And I was like, is it true? And he's like, well, yeah. I said, no, we should own it. Let's go in and say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's pathetic. It's really pathetic. My wife didn't sleep with me for 6 years, and I'm human, and I wanted to have sex still. I didn't want to blow up my life. I didn't want to screw up my kids and have my kids have divorced parents. So I thought, all right, she's clearly not interested in me anymore. I'm not going to have a girlfriend and get caught up in all the things where people could get hurt and there's feelings and fatal attraction and stuff. I'm just going to go. It'll be transactional, like going to a strip club or anything else. And yeah, it's a little pathetic that I'm a guy who makes $1 million a year in finance and I'm paying someone $50 to jack me off. Yeah, that's kind of pathetic, but you know what? I figured out. But to suggest that that means I'm a bad parent, that has nothing to do with my parenting at all, period. You know, so, and thankfully the judge agreed. But I really do think that the idea, I don't think, I mean, if you break it down fundamentally, 56% of marriages end in divorce. But think about, that's the ones that end in divorce. So how many people, what percentage stay together for the kids? Or because they don't want to give away half their shit? Another 10%? That's conservative.
Conservative.
But let's say 20% then, okay?
That's at least.
You now have a technology that fails 76% of the time. That's insane. That's insane. That's more likely than not. 76%. If I told you there's a 76% chance when you walk out the door today you're going to get hit in the head with a bowling ball, you would not go out, or you'd wear a helmet for sure. But people just continue to get married. Not only do they continue to get married, there's a presumption that you should get married. And if you don't get married, there's something wrong with you. So if you've got a girlfriend and you've been with her for 5 years, and you say to someone, we're getting married, they go, oh, that's great. You know, they don't go, why? You're happy. Why would you get married? Like everything's going fine. Why would you put yourself through that? Why would you run that risk? If you say to someone, we've been together 5 years and we've decided we're not going to get married. We're going to move in together, but we're not going to get married. Ooh, what's wrong? Again, intimacy issues? What's your problem? Meanwhile, 56% end in divorce. It's literally fits the legal definition of negligence. It's a negligent behavior. The way you define negligence in law school is when what you lose by not doing something, okay, is lower than the risk of harm. It's what's called a BPL analysis. So the burden of not doing a thing is lower than the likelihood, the probability of harm. So BPL, so burden, probability, and loss. Marriage is an inherently negligent activity. It's like owning a lion. Like the likelihood of someone getting hurt seriously by this is very, very high. No one ever says it to you. Because why? Because I would say something. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and I still get misty-eyed at weddings. Like I still really, there's something in me that goes like, you know, maybe it'll work out for these two.
You still believe in love?
Sweet. I absolutely believe in love. I think love is wonderful. But love and marriage have very little to do with each other. I don't think there's much of a correlation there. And I think that's where we got off track. Like I believe in pair bonds. I don't think I can learn everything I need to know about myself from myself. I think having someone around me who sees my blind spots, and that doesn't have to be a romantic partner. That could be a friend, that could be any number of things. But there is something wonderful about romantic connection. We know that. I mean, the other statistic is 56% of marriages end in divorce, but 84% of people who get divorced are remarried within 5 years of their divorce.
Really?
So think about that. So now you've done it and failed and felt the pain of the loss, and within 5 years, 84% are remarried.
So when you fall in love, and you're with a partner who's in love with you,
sure.
It's like hard to put the brakes on and say, you know what, that's as far as I'm going to go.
Well, I think whoever discovered water, it wasn't a fish. And I think when we're in a thing, we don't see it. And so, I mean, and this is true of any of us.
There must be some endorphins, something's being released in our brains.
Listen, you want to test that theory. The next time you're out with a couple who've been together for a while, and it like seems like they maybe got in a fight, or they're just like kind of being, you know, impatient with each other at the table. You know, when you go like a group thing. Just say to them, so tell me about how you met. Tell me the story of how you met. And everything in London changes. Like they go back to that place. And there's this like, oh yeah, and she was this. Because for that second, you go back to that place. Like you can go, someone with a horrible divorce, if you could get them to go to that place and talk to you about that time. Like I would tell you something, when I was a kid, you know, like every kid, you have the fantasy of like, if you were invisible, what would you do? You need to go to the girls' locker room, you know, whatever. I have this fantasy that if I could be invisible, I have about 8 clients that I'd like to sneak into their house and find their wedding album. Like I know it's in the attic somewhere or something, because I would love to see what it looked like when these people loved each other, because they are weaponized against each other now, and we are trying to kill each other, and we're taking every secret, every intimacy, everything, and we're at their ugliest, at their worst. And there's something in me that just the thought that like, you guys at some point you were like, there's 7.3 billion people in the world and you're the one. Like you're the one I just want to be with and smell and touch and like that feeling, we all know that feeling of like just the electricity of another person, you know? And I think I'm a romantic at heart in the sense that I really get it. Like I really get why we do this. I felt it, I know it, I understand it. But tying that to the technology of marriage to me makes almost no sense whatsoever. And I actually think it's almost antagonistic to that connection with another person because there's so much expectation that comes with marriage culturally. We've created so much stuff around it. Like when you marry someone, they're supposed to be, at least in the modern Western model, your best friend, best roommate, best co-parent, best travel partner, best roommate, best everything, best activity partner. Like how would one person be all of those things? That's insane. Like if I was interviewing for a job and said, I want you to be the best typist and I also want you to be best on the phone and I also want you to be great at that. And I ran down a list of dissimilar things. Like, or if I went to an amazing chef and I said, I know you're a great chef, but can you farm? Like, well, that has to do with food, but they're not the same thing. Like, what are you talking? So I think, why do we put on people this idea, like whoever came up with the word soulmate, really we should be paying, like divorce lawyers should be paying that person dividends. Because we've convinced people that if this person isn't meeting every one of your needs, checking all of these boxes, they're not your soulmate. Your soulmate would know exactly what to do, exactly what to say at exactly the right time. I go off on this stuff.
Yeah.
What
do you think the secret is to keeping a marriage vital, like keeping it alive?
You know, I think people get unhappy in marriages the way that people go bankrupt, which is very slowly and then all at once. I think it's very slow and then it just goes off a cliff. So everybody will say, well, we divorced because he was cheating or she was cheating, or we divorced because he had an alcohol issue or a drug issue. Which lately we're seeing more like alcohol and drugs is a big thing, especially post-pandemic. There's a tremendous amount of substance abuse stuff that's causing a lot of issues in marriages. And certainly like social media has increased the accessibility of adultery and connections to other people and reconnections with people from your past who remind you of a version of yourself that you felt more excited about because you were younger. So it's, you know, it used to be if you like ran into the girl you banged in high school, it was like once every 10 years at a reunion, you know, or if you lived in the same town as you grew up in, you know, you might run into the person at the Walmart. But now it's like on Facebook, you have all these excuses to be able to chit chat with someone and all these benign entry points, you know, of like, oh, you know, I saw your pictures from vacation. Where did you stay in Miami? You know, and then it becomes, oh yeah, well, you looked great. I mean, boy, you look fantastic in a bikini, and then all of a sudden we're off to the races and we're chatting with each other. So you know, if we were going to invent like an infidelity machine, you couldn't do better than Facebook and Instagram. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. But I genuinely think that the secret to staying happy in a marriage is probably the same secret to maintaining a healthy weight. You know, don't wait till you get super fat and then try to lose the weight. Don't wait until you get really sick. Like my sister is a dentist, and she always says, if you have a toothache, there's nothing I can do. Like I can pull the tooth, I can give you a root canal, but like I can prevent you from getting a toothache. If you just come see me regularly, and you just floss, and you just brush your teeth, you'll never get a toothache. By the time your tooth hurts, something is already seriously wrong. By the time you're in a divorce lawyer's office, you're fucked. The whole thing's fucked at that point. Like you'd be better off just, you know, figuring out the preventative maintenance, right? Like change the oil in your car. Like, so what I try to, if you reverse engineer divorce, like most people, the marriage killer, you know, the cheating or the gambling or the whatever, that's the symptom. Like the problem is these little disconnections, you know. One of the best stories I have is I had a client who I did her divorce, and we'd spend a lot of time together because you know, when you're a divorce lawyer, you spend a lot of time with people and you get to know them very well. I mean, people will lie to their therapist, they won't lie to their divorce lawyer because A, there's no reason to, and B, you know, I need to know everything, and it's all attorney-client privilege. And this woman, we were sitting outside the courtroom waiting on a break in testimony, and she was a young woman, probably like late 30s, you know, very attractive. And we were just chit-chatting, and I said to her, you know, was there a moment when you realized the marriage is over? You know, like, was there a moment? And she said, yeah. And I said, when was it? And she said, there was this granola that I liked. She said they only sold it at like this particular grocery store, and I like to put it in my yogurt. And she said he used to always, whenever I'd be running low on it, I would just open the thing one day and a new bag would be there. She's like, and she's like, it made me feel so loved. Like, he didn't, used to have sex with me. Like, I really love it, because sex is really awesome. You know, like, that's okay, we know that, okay? Like, we can admit that. Whatever we're doing right now, fucking it'd be more fun. We can acknowledge that. Just say it out loud, it's okay. You know, so what are we doing? We're gonna trade that, right? So if we're gonna be in a monogamous relationship, what we're saying is, listen, I really like fucking you. And I also would really enjoy fucking lots of other people. But I am willing to forego the opportunity to fuck lots of other people in exchange for the opportunity to fuck you regularly. So can we agree that there's gonna be some minimum level of fucking that we're both gonna maintain for the purposes, and if the person said, well, yes, but you know, also one of the reasons why I fuck you is that you show tremendous kindness and grace towards me and you're complimentary to me. So could we, in exchange for those regular fuckings that are sufficient for you to forego all of the other potential fucking, that you're also going to show me a certain level of affection and attention that's gonna make me feel good about myself for a period of time? Absolutely, very fair. This is a very fair transaction, right? So I know, like, okay, everyone's listening to that and going like, well, this is why I would not fuck a lawyer. Like, I get it. But isn't there something honest about that? Yeah, well, he's on, you know, he's like on pimp time, you know, it's kind of like.
Yeah, it's a different world for them.
Yeah, that's funny, man. You know, I've represented a number of people in sort of the underworld.
Not bad.
And it is a fascinating. Mob divorces are actually like the easiest divorces.
In what way?
So mob divorces, there's like this doctrine of mutually assured destruction, where like she knows where the bodies are buried, and she also knows she could pretty easily be one of those bodies. So, you know, usually like the mobster does not want to fuck with things too badly, and the mob soon-to-be ex-wife, you know, like doesn't want to fuck with the mobster too much. Like I had one, I'll tell you, this is great. So I had, you know, nobody ever, by the way, if anybody ever comes in and says, oh, I'm in the mafia, they're not in the mafia. It's like, you know.
They don't say it.
Yeah, there's a lyric from a rap, I forget whose it is, where he says, you ain't never caught a body, I know it because you talk about it. And I think the truth is like people who kill people don't talk about killing people.
Absolutely.
So like the mob guys I've represented, they just say they have a variety of business interests. You know, like that's it. They just have a variety of business interests. What do you do? I'm an entrepreneur. I have a variety of business interests. Or I'm in importing, you know, or I'm in sewage or whatever it might be, recycling. And I had one where it was mob family. So I had the daughter is my client. And she comes in and mom is with her mom, and dad. And dad is clearly the guy who's mopped up. And dad doesn't have a word to say. He just sits in the chair. He's just listening. Just this Italian, heavy-set, older guy. And his daughter's telling the whole thing. And I'm going through like a list of assets. And I see that they own a restaurant. She owns a restaurant. And so I say, you know, just a quick question. I was like, I noticed that the restaurant is in your name, your daughter's name. And he goes, oh yeah, I don't have anything to do with the restaurant though. It's just in my name. And I'm like, well, I'm sorry, you know, I get paid to be paranoid. Why is it in your name? And she says, well, it couldn't be in my father's name or my brother's name because we couldn't get a liquor license because they have felonies. And I was like, okay, but you know, it could create a problem because it's in your name, it was acquired during the marriage, and you know, I would have some concern that he might try to argue that is, you know. And the father, for the first time in this like hour meeting, goes, yeah, he's not gonna do that. So I went, okay, well that's, you know, it's good to hear, but I just wanna make sure that, you know, like, are we certain? Because, you know, this is something we might wanna get ahead of and figure out. And he goes, yeah, no, he's not gonna make a claim for the restaurant. And I said, well, you know, I'm sorry, like I get paid to be paranoid, but you know, how do we know for sure that he's not gonna make a claim to the restaurant? And the guy just stone-faced just goes, because if he tries to do anything with that restaurant, they're gonna find him at the bottom of the Hudson River with a $5 bill in his mouth. And I went, okay, so he's not gonna make a claim for the restaurant, and let's move on. And it was emblematic of what mob divorces are like, because it really is, like, you can't quite figure out what this person does for a living, but they have an incredible lifestyle. Like I had a client, a mobbed up client, whose koi pond cost $100,000 a month to maintain. Like think about that. You're spending over $1 million a year to have oversized goldfish. Like that's incredible. Like that's and you know, what did he actually make or what did he actually do? It was like It was very amorphous. It was never, you never get a straight answer about that. But again, very clean divorce, very uncombative, because unlike the normal...
the person on the other side doesn't want to mess with the family.
Well, it's like I said, the doctrine of mutually assured destruction. Like, he doesn't want to mess with her too much. She's the mother of his kids. There's a certain sense of, okay, you don't do that. She's a civilian to some degree. And also, like, she could jam him up, She knows a little bit about where things are and what's going on. And then meanwhile, she doesn't want to really jam him up because she knows that could be a very dangerous thing to do. So it's a very interesting dynamic. And in New York, I mean, we bump into those kinds of characters pretty often. It's very funny because in my profession, to have like my 9 o'clock be a C-suite executive from a software company, my 10 o'clock is like a Goldman Sachs broker, and my 11:30 is like a mobbed up dude from Staten Island who has like giant marble lions outside of his house and like knocked up his third stripper wife. So it's a very it's a long day, and it's a really, I almost get whiplash from dealing with like and by the way, they're all dealing with the same shit.
It sounds like my life.
Yeah, that's exactly. Well, we really both do get paid to talk to people who are in desperate situations, but who fundamentally have some of the exact same problems. It's just like the symptoms of the exact same problem.
In a world where algorithms and financial incentives dictate the information we see, it's easy for important stories to slip through the cracks. This is powerful because it can heavily influence and divide public opinion. Much of what I do on Software Underbelly is about digging deeper and trying to see beyond our own biases. And this is why Ground News is a perfect fit for my channel. On any given news story, their app and website combine every article published on it worldwide. We can also see context in each news source, like where it may fall on the political spectrum and how credible it is based on use of subjective language. This is important to think about if you're interested in forming an educated opinion on topics that are in the news, especially on key issues as we head into a polarized election season. I particularly like their blind spot feed, dedicated to showing news stories that are underrepresented in mainstream media. So I encourage you to check them out at ground.news/SWU. Subscribe through my link to save 40% off their Vantage plan. By subscribing or even gifting it to someone you know, you're helping hold the media accountable, and you're helping support this channel. Thank you for watching.
I think that, because I've talked with psychologists, I've talked with all kinds of people, and I was telling you this off camera, I think you're a national treasure because I've called you that before.
That might be a first.
We talk off camera sometimes. And I think because you're in the trenches, you're up to your elbows in all the crap that we're all going through with relationships and love and marriage and all this.
Yeah, I'm kind of there with my nose in it all the time.
You have a better feeling for what's really going on and what works and what doesn't and why it falls apart and why it survived.
Yeah, and I think part of my skill is pattern recognition, and I think I see, because again, I represent quant people from hedge funds, I represent executives, I represent doctors, and I represent like the opposite of that.
You're more the high end.
But I see that we're all fundamentally struggling with the same things, and the way that I see it, like the inside line that I have to it, is a very, very honest view of it. Like I think people still lie to their therapists. I think because they're lying to themselves. But most of the time, people don't lie to their lawyer because my only job is to protect them. Everything we discuss is attorney-client privilege, and they know, like lying to your doctor, lying to your lawyer, we're like the two people you shouldn't lie to. So yeah, I think I do get a very candid view of it. And I think most divorce lawyers, I think most of my colleagues think I'm insane for having these kinds of public conversations. I mean, I've had some of my most respected colleagues say to me, like, dude, what are you doing? Like, why would you come out and talk about how the sausage is made? Why would you talk about what we do or the insight that you get for like what's the benefit of it? It's certainly not from a marketing place. I have more clients than I could ever possibly fill in a day. I have to turn people down. So it really is, for me, like this doesn't feel at all like work. Like the work I do all day long, where I'm putting myself in the head of someone or putting myself in the head of my adversary and trying to tactically make decisions on how to handle litigation, like that is exhausting by the end of the day. But this, like, I could talk to you for 3-4 hours, no problem. I sat down with Lex for like 6 hours. We edited it down to 4 hours. And I think we took 2 15-minute bathroom breaks. And I didn't afterwards feel like, oh my God, I'm exhausted. I felt kind of invigorated because this shit's so interesting to me.
It's interesting to everybody.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's like the old saying, like, I'm not like this because I'm in Van Halen. I'm in Van Halen because I'm like this. Like, I don't think that I'm like this because I'm a divorce lawyer. I think I became a divorce lawyer because I'm like this. I find people fucking fascinating. It's the same reason why I liked your channel from before I was involved, in it in any way. Like, I was a fan for a really long time and a subscriber. for a long time. Actually, I'm still a subscriber. You're still hitting me for whatever it is, $10. It's worth it. But I still love watching the unfiltered stuff, because the same reason I enjoy my work. It's just such an honest thing. Like, we're so full of shit all the time. People are just walking around full of shit all the time. It's the same reason why I love Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, because you can't be full of shit in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Like, you know, if somebody pretends they're good at it, they're gonna get found out real fast. Like, you can't fake your way through it. You can't buy your way into it. You can't get a fake version of it, like you could a fake Rolex or a fake Birkin bag. Like, you're either good at it or you're not, and that's it. Like, there's no hiding, there's no faking it. And in our increasingly performative Instagram society, there's something so, like, I think the feedback I got most from our first sit down was just people being like, yeah, this guy's real. Like, you might not like what I have to say. I don't really like what I have to say sometimes. I mean, I wish some of it wasn't true. I wish that we were better at this. I wish that, you know, my profession didn't require what it does. You know, that people didn't ever beat the shit out of each other like this or weaponize their intimacy with each other. But, you know, I find it fascinating still. I still, by Sunday afternoon, can't wait to get to the office on Monday.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's how I am.
I don't think most people are like that. I think most people spend 5 days a week looking forward to 2.
It's important to love your work. I tell my kids this. It's like, just make sure you work for yourself. Make sure you do something that you love to do, because otherwise you're swimming against the tide, against the undertow.
And part of that, I mean, look, I've given that same advice to my kids, but part of that I think you have to temper, because when I say to people like, oh, you know, do what you love. Like, the world couldn't sustain that many baseball players and ballerinas. So I think when you give that advice to a kid, you know, what you want to say to them is, look, like, work on a lot of different things, try a lot of different things, see what you're good at. Because sometimes enjoyment comes from competency. Like, if you're very good at something, you're gonna enjoy it more. Like, and I enjoy what I do in part because I'm very good at it. And it feels good to be good at something, you know? But sometimes you don't develop that skill until you've sucked at it for a little while. Like, I look back on my early career as a lawyer, and I'm fucking mortified at some of the mistakes I made, some of the just rookie shit that I did. But the only way you learn is by just stepping on the rake, you know, and having it just whack you. And as a lawyer, like, that's a little intimidating, because you're fucking with people's lives, you know? But it's the only way to learn, you know? And that's why ideally, you know, you do like I did in my early career. I represented assigned counsel people, so I was their free lawyer. So it's like, you know, they're certainly getting their money's worth. You know, you're doing the best you can for them. But it's a very, you know, New York has a very tricky system when it comes to assigned counsel, because you're entitled to assigned counsel no matter how preposterous your claims are sometimes. So, like, you know, I've been assigned to cases where this person's just floridly psychotic, like straight up should be in this chair being interviewed by you. And they are, you know, they have been given an assigned attorney whose job is to go in and advocate for the preposterous psychotic position that they've taken. Like, so you kind of look at it and go, okay, so I'm gonna advocate for their delusion now, you know? But advocating for people's delusion is actually something I do pretty frequently, most often for millionaires now. So I guess I probably can't be that critical.